Hey everyone, thank you for being so patient. It is Deflating Atheism here and Fabulous Agnostic, still with our adversarial names intact. But we're here to discuss the world sitch. We're going to discuss the U.S. sitch and the Great Britain sitch, and basically dispense our black pills.
Yes.
So introduce yourself to those who have not had the pleasure of seeing one of these 11-hour live streams.
Who hasn't had the unfortunate pleasure of existing at the same time? There is so much going on, isn't there? Like an obscene amount, and it's so strange because I was thinking about this a few days ago. I thought I expected all of the shit that was coming our way to be organized around the culture wars, and I've been saying to you for like a year now, longer than that, we are stuck between, and I use that phraseology, the ghetto and the Gulag. And I said we are one major catastrophe away from falling into one of those camps. And I'd never expected it to be, it could have been a pandemic, it could have been anything, but I never expected it to be as coming from the government, if that makes sense. I thought it would have been like a forced thing put on the government by the people rather than by the government put on the people, if that makes sense. So
well, continue.
I just thought, well, it's been a while since we since we had a conversation, and there's probably a lot of updates that people don't know across the pond. I don't know what's going on in America because I'm so wound up with what's going on in England, and I presume it's mostly the same for you and the people that you talk to.
Yeah, well, whenever you qualify one of your observations and say, I don't know what it's like over there, but over here, you say something where you could basically change the names and change a few minor details, and you have basically the same thing in America. It's the Anglosphere. We're in peril. Yes,
that's the Anglosphere. We are in peril. Well, we are definitely in peril now. And what I really don't care anymore about the culture wars. I don't care about any of that. Personally, I think the culture wars was always something that was conjured up to take us away from discussing the subject of God, and now COVID and the pandemic is being conjured up so we can move away from the culture war, which will live with this until something else comes around. Maybe we will one day just cycle back to talking about God and religion.
Well, it's interesting that you say that, because there are a lot of people from the time when I started, my YouTube channel. Of course, it had gone into the quote unquote skeptic community, and that was the field had already, the playing field had already changed by the time I created Deflating Atheism. It was now the skeptic community versus the SJWs, and that was all a little hackneyed, if you ask me. But I will say, at least the quote unquote skeptic community, for the most part, believed in free speech. So there were strange bedfellows, and you see like a guy nowadays like Joe Rogan, a guy I would have had very few kind words for a few years ago. Now I consider him closer to my side, simply because he believes in free speech. I think he probably softened up a little as far as his anti-theism goes. But yeah, I mean, there are a whole lot of people who say, hey, you believe in God? Hey, even if you think I'm stupid, even if you think I'm an idiot, if you respect my ability to voice my opinion, we're kind of in the same camp.
Yeah, well, I find it, those people and people like us, most of the people like you, I find that an odd pairing, because and as we'll discuss in this stream, definitely, I very rarely attribute stupidity over malice. I tend to attribute malice first, because I can't see how anyone with the IQ over maybe 120 wouldn't be aware of the dangers of what they say and what they do. And I don't believe for one second that someone like Joe Rogan believes in free speech to the degree where he would want more religious people saying more things. And I think that about all of them. They constantly harp on about the best one for this. I think is the Amazing Atheist. He always brings up that there aren't enough atheists in politics or something. And I don't know. I mean, for Britain, that wouldn't be a problem because most people are not necessarily atheists, but certainly secular. Whereas I don't know if there's a big problem with that in America, where religion plays such a major part in it. We're told that it is, but as I've come to learn from you and Felina, I don't believe anything that I hear about America, because it usually is something that you tell me isn't true, or it's a completely different way that it actually is. So I tend to just leave it on the bullshit burner until I hear from you, because that's like you're my guy on the inside.
We're your windows to America. Yes.
Yeah.
Well, it's true that, I mean, otherwise you're getting things from precious few news sources, and I'm old enough to remember, meaning I'm older than 20 years old. I'm old enough to remember when liberals, I'll use that term advisedly, used to complain about media consolidation and the fact that all these media outlets were owned by 5 conglomerates. Now, well, that's not a total enough monopoly on information for today's progressive authoritarians.
Yeah, it's so funny. I was just watching something earlier, and it kind of ties into the real problems that's going on with the COVID. That even the word liberal now has a whole different slant. It's a whole different thing, In
it's
the past 20,
it's meaningless.
Ooh.
We're in a time of transition, but we're still using the terminology of a bygone era.
Yeah, and an era which people like us would have easily been described as liberal, but now are not described as liberal at all. I mean, that said, people don't call me anything really, because I don't talk. I don't go on Twitter or anything like that. I'm not like a public figure, so I wouldn't know what people would call me. But I would assume, given my stance on most things, I would be a very illiberal person.
Well, yeah, I think we both had our own journeys. For me, the abortion issue was kind of what set the crack in the dam for me, and I saw the hypocrisy of all of it 20 years ago, more than 20 years ago. For you, I get the sense you're more of a free market believer. You're a libertarian, and that's kind of where you're coming from.
Yeah, I think that if you were to force me to have a religion, I would probably say libertarian. The problem with libertarianism is it doesn't give you anything. Yeah. So it's all well and good saying, well, I personally think it's the only defensible stance on anything. I really do. But it does have its major weakness of it doesn't do anything. Great stuff. You can do your own thing.
Value system. It's because I think what my thing is always, I don't want to get sidetracked on this, but my problem, I'm kind of anti-libertarian. I'm not anti-libertarianism. I'm anti-libertarian. It's kind of like the whole Muhammad thing. I have no problem with Christianity. I have a problem with your Christians. No, I'm because they what a lot of times happens is that they're just reverse Marxists. They think that everything can be reduced to economics. And they're committed to ideological purity. You get two libertarians and throw them in a closet. Suddenly, it becomes a contest to see who can believe in government less. So
yeah, and they have no no way of trying to consolidate government and the private sector.
Yeah,
they can't. It's
the government is not the only conceivable group of bullies.
No, and it's also not the only group that you need to make sure you hold liberty against as well.
Yes, nowadays, well, this goes right back into our main topic when the Joe Biden administration is using private entities to kind of outsource its censorship, its suppression, its surveillance.
Yeah. Well, I mean, our government at the minute are are not actually silencing anybody. They are pushing propaganda through their channels. So like the BBC. I don't know if you have like a public broadcasting system.
Yes, we do. I was actually thinking about this. You're probably not even aware of it. Yes, we do.
No, I haven't got a clue. Because everyone thinks in England that America being the land of the enterprise and the land of the hopes and dreams of financial stability, we would just assume that everything in America is privatized, you know. So I don't know if you have any kind of public systems at all.
Okay, this is what's funny, because it was a kind of a talking point on the left when Donald Trump would call into Fox News. He would call into this show called Fox and Friends, which is the most casual show you can think of. People just bantering about, and he'd call in like the crazy uncle you can't get off the phone. Quite honestly, he would stay on the phone way too long. He would banter, but this drove liberals up the wall. They're like, "Oh, this is state TV. This is state TV. This is like, I don't know, whatever the Soviet equivalent of that would be." We have state TV. We have the Public Broadcasting Network, which is our publicly funded TV station, and we have National Public Radio, which is our publicly funded radio station. I'm gonna let you guess what the political slant is on both of these networks.
I assume it's
hard left.
Yeah, it's the same as the BBC.
Yeah.
I mean that there are points of fairness in the BBC that I think do exist, but I think that's only because if you compare it to PBN, I think it only exists because the British people we're not doing this culture wars crap.
Mm-hmm.
So whenever someone tries it, it doesn't go very far because people just go, well, we're not doing this. Do you know what I mean? But you definitely hear the constant drivel about like taking the knee at football matches, and they'll speak about these phenomena as though they are established. It's established data, like, oh, as we all know, the footballers will now take the knee in solidarity with, well, presumably at the time it was George Floyd.
Yeah.
This is a phenomenon that happened thousands of miles away.
Yeah.
It has absolutely nothing to do with British society. It has nothing to do with football. But they kind of guise it up in a different way. I don't want to get onto that too specifically, but the kind of broadcasting systems that we have are very much like that. I mean, even the private ones are, not all of them are particularly overly private. There's funding from all over the place. I actually don't know, because it's of no interest to me who funds what and what have you, because I just don't care about the television. I very, very rarely watch TV, very, very rarely. So I don't really bother.
What the hell is this thing? They stopped making that 25 years ago. I don't know what that is. Yeah.
I've always noticed it in the background now. Actually, I always think that's an old TV.
It's a paperweight now, but yes. Continue. I'm sorry.
No, that's kind of it. I mean the at the moment, you have this propaganda on our TVs about COVID. And it really is a huge shift of propaganda, all the way from adverts, where they feature people dying, looking like they're dying anyway, and vaccination adverts, all the way to the people that they select to put on panels, on TV shows. You watch, this isn't the public broadcasting system here, it's one of our independent ones, ITV.
It's British custom to say it with an yes.
If you watch ITV, I think this is correct, or I might get. See, I don't even know. But they have these. You will very, very easily watch these programs, whether they're ITV or BBC, and you will very easily hear the word COVID denier. You will hear conspiracy theorists. You will hear anti-vaxxer, and the people that they're talking to might not be any of these things. The moment they can pin them as one of those things, though, then they just roll with that, you know. And it's really, you watch it because it's kind of guerrilla journalism at its worst. The people can never get out of the hole that they've dug themselves into by accident. They should just have me on, because it isn't going to happen, right? Because I said this to you, I no longer answer people's questions unless I believe them to be super relevant. You know, like if you're debating with someone, or not even debating, just talking with someone, I notice this a lot online, that they'll pull you into this thing, and then you're arguing something different that you went there for, and then you go, oh shit, we are 20 steps away from where we first started. I didn't come here for this kind of discussion, you know. So that's what these people will do. And Piers Morgan's a great example of this, the great sellout of 2020, I suppose, where you would have somebody on who was
and that's not Boris Johnson.
They would have I suppose it would be Boris Johnson. No, Boris Johnson's a sellout of 2021, I think. Okay. That would be the best way. Yeah. Well, we'll get on to that. That's kind of the whole point of this, I suppose. But you will have him on, and someone will be talking about their position, defending their position about not having a vaccination or not wanting restrictions or whatever. And he will go, have you had the vaccination? And that's not necessarily even relevant.
What was that?
He'll go, have you had the vaccination?
Oh,
He'll question the person. And that's not really relevant to the conversation.
Yeah.
By and large, the person will say no, most of the time. And especially because they have the young people that they have on the show, they wouldn't have had it at this time anyway. And that's it. As soon as they say, no, I haven't had it, that's it. They've got you. You're just an anti-vaxxer.
Yeah.
You know, you're only here just to show you're just and they use this word. This is a really pernicious word. I think I said this in our last stream. Misinformation is a really pernicious word, because you can't call somebody, if you call somebody a liar, right? That's passive aggressive, right? It's lingering the low end of passive aggressiveness. When you call somebody stupid, that's just an outright insult. So that doesn't work for you. But when you say you're armed or you're spreading misinformation, first of all, that's not even a term that makes any sense whatsoever. Like, I'm not a linguist, but I'm sure that misinformation is not a word. There is information, and either it's true or it's not true. It's not misinformation. It is a word that they created to kind of invalidate everything you've just said, make you look stupid without calling you stupid, and basically say that you're lying without saying that you're lying. It's a very pernicious thing to do.
Yes, there is also disinformation, which is knowingly twisted propaganda.
Yes.
But I think it goes back to sort of the Richard Dawkins meme idea, sort of invalidating an idea as if treating it as if it's a contagion. And it's a contagion. It's a contagion that needs to be contained. And if we allow people to spread misinformation in the public sphere, that's a threat to the public health.
Yeah, and Facebook are in on this, and this is something that you won't see it because you boycotted Facebook now. But whenever you see anything about COVID, if you make a status that has the word COVID in it, there will be a blocker that says, this is information. Do you want to know more about the vaccination? Blah, 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 blah. There's such a heavy push on this for no reason. And if you haven't got anything to say, we might as well dive straight into the new issue that is happening in Britain, which I don't know if you know about. Well, it's mandatory vaccinations. And this is exactly what I said was going to happen. And I think I probably said it to you in one of our streams last year. It's vaccination by the back door. It's mandatory vaccinations by the back door, because what they're now doing is
they're using private entities, just like I was saying before.
Exactly, that's what they do. Yeah. But the private entities don't want to do it.
Yeah.
There is no nightclub in the land. So basically, what's happened is for the past 8 months, the government have been saying, we're never going to do these vaccination passports. We're never going to do this for domestic purposes. We can only do it for external traveling abroad, which is fine. That's normal. I have no problem with that. And no one has a problem with that, really. But they will never use it for this, despite the fact that the World Health Organization said it wasn't a good idea. Israel said it wasn't a good idea, who had actually trialed these vaccine passports and it didn't work. It's brilliant how it's enough they can listen to Israel's advice when it comes to pushing the vaccination, but they don't want to use Israel's advice when it comes to this,
Yeah.
Because Israel are kind of always ahead with medical stuff as well. The government themselves, the day before they announced this, even said these are discriminatory, they're not a good idea, we won't be using them. And then all of a sudden, it's almost like they don't want to be liked. I don't quite get it. They've now said you must have a double vaccination to go out to a nightclub or any crowded area. This will, of course, descend into, and it already has, because back then it was just nightclubs and large-scale events. It's now churches, which we'll definitely talk about. It's football games and sports matches. It will soon be pubs, and it will soon be. It will just be everything. And the reason why we can say that with a degree of comfort as a point for me is back last year, people were calling people like us crazies, conspiracists. You're wrong. It's just a 2 weeks. It's just 5 months. It's just whatever. Once the older people are vaccinated, we'll be fine. It's all fine. That didn't happen. And here we are with a mandatory vaccination, right? Whether you think, and what I notice is the people that were pro-restriction, some of them have actually completely switched sides now. But what they have done is they moved first into this. Like it was like a blind faith that the government must be doing this for some reason. There must be a good thing for this. And now they've moved into a complete justification of it. The vitriol behind these people who want to keep masks is real. It is true. You can see it online. And you can,
because it separates the political tribes at this point.
It certainly does. Yes.
Like Rachel Maddow says, she didn't want to not wear her mask because people might think she's a Trump supporter.
Yeah, well, and this is the thing. You actually, I heard this again today. Actually, most of the people wearing masks are these kind of liberal super lefties. I mean, that said, my very left wing friends don't wear a mask, but they're also protest and libertarian as well, so that makes sense. But the movement is there, not just the masks, because people are still wearing masks. I was the only person on the bus today without a mask on, and there was about 30 people on it. So people are still wearing their masks.
Fabulous. I have a question for you.
Go for it.
Are you vaccinated?
No.
Okay.
Will not. Well, okay. Well, okay. So I'll tell you the reason why I'm not vaccinated, and I'm aware of it. I'm aware of how unsound it is philosophically, and I'm aware of how stupid it is. Right. So it's not as if I don't know how poor the argument is. I just tell people I'm not having it, and you can't make me. It's I say it like that on purpose to try and get their backs up. Right. The reason I'm not having it is, and the reason I said I was never going to have it, is because I'm opposed to mandatory vaccinations in any capacity.
Exactly.
And I said before this, I said, as long as it's not mandatory, I will have it. But that I know that I can never have it because the moment I have it and it becomes mandatory, I've already lost.
Yes.
So I'm aware of how philosophical, poor the argument is. However, I'm doing this out of protest because I know that they will do. I knew all along that they would do this, so I'm not having it, right? And no one will stop me from engaging in normal life, and no one will force me to have it. That's flatline. And I didn't really want to go into the utility, the logistics of it, because logistically it's a nightmare. And despite all those groups and etc. saying, even if Israel said it was a great idea, even if the government found that it wasn't discriminatory, I would still be opposed to it on philosophical grounds. I don't care how wonderful and how amazing it is, right? Because the moment we allow this, because this is one thing that I heard Dr. Hillary on one of our aforementioned channels, which I can't remember if that's the private one or the public one, said, well, if this was polio, this would be a mandatory vaccination. Yes, because people died, literally stood up in the streets from polio. Like polio was really bad. Polio, smallpox, the plague were all completely indiscriminate. They didn't kill any specific group, well, except for maybe the plague, because if you were dirtier, you died faster. But that's kind of just like that's because it's spread by lack of sanitation. COVID-19 is almost exclusively effective to one group of people, or one larger group of different selections of groups of people. It's not there for everyone. People aren't dying in the streets of COVID, but the government has told people that that's what's happening, and they've done this with TV. They've done this through the BBC. Right? If you watch the news, I very rarely watch it. Like I said, when I watch it now, I go, God, is this what we're seeing? Is this what's actually happening now? You know, they are showing. We have this new myth now that the supermarkets are running out of food. You know, they're not running out of food, and they're taking pictures from last year when we did run out of certain objects.
We had the exact same. Oh my God, we had the exact same. By the way, remember a year and a half ago when COVID started, and they had all the hospitals, and they had those photographs of coffins lining the hallways.
Yes,
and every one of those was a lie. All lies.
Well, once again, they're doing it now with the hospitals are doubling their COVID ward capacities. Well, if you've got 2 COVID beds and you've got 2 more COVID beds, that's 100% increase. That's not enough to pretend that the hospitals are overwhelmed. Yes. You know, and realistically, the hospitals
are driving you nuts. I'm sorry, I don't want to get off your point. So Sydney, Australia is back in lockdown.
Yeah, I saw this. Well, a friend of mine told me today.
Because they had 1 death. And guess the age of the person who died. 80 years old.
Exactly. You know.
Yeah.
These are, you know, I mean, these are people actually at their age who.
It's been known to happen. 80-year-olds die. It has been.
Yeah. This is old person dies of illness that affects old people.
Yes.
You know, I mean, this is the problem. You know, which is why we don't. Once again, I'm not really bothered about whether or not we need a vaccination passport or we need mandatory vaccinations or not. I'm opposed to it regardless. But we talk about whether or not we need it. The vaccination take-up in this country is unbelievable, right? If this many people were vaccinated against HPV, there would be no HPV in this country. It would be gone, right? But no one. Because HPV isn't something that anyone cares about, you know, because while they don't know much about it, they don't realize how bad HPV can actually be. But we tend to just live with that, and it's no problem. But COVID is not that bad, right? Yeah. And I'm kind of bored of hearing this idea that COVID is the worst thing to happen to the country and the world since blah 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 blah. I can't speak for other countries because all I see is what's fed to us. But COVID in Britain is not that bad, right? Mm-hmm. I don't know what the death toll is, but everyone stopped talking about how fake the death toll was at Christmas for some reason. Everyone stopped talking about it. I thought we were going to get to because there was a report done, I think by the government as well, actually, which said that 20% of the deaths weren't actually COVID deaths. So we're looking at 40,000 people there that just didn't die of COVID. The NHS's own website tells you how many people have literally had COVID put on a death certificate without a positive COVID test. This is public information. So you're looking at 40 to 50,000 people who have not died of COVID, who are being used to justify restrictions by the government as COVID deaths. So we're acting as though this was the Black Death, but it isn't the Black Death. It isn't polio. It isn't smallpox. You know, the vaccination.
You could just look at the total deaths in your country and see that 2020 is not that different from 2019 or 2018. It's not, not bringing out the death.
The excess deaths I think were a little bit up. But the thing is, people were dying because they weren't getting medical treatment as well, because they were scared of going to the hospital. Right? Yes. Because actually, the COVID was spread in the hospital. It wasn't being spread in bars. It wasn't being spread in schools. It was or anywhere else. It was being spread almost primarily in hospitals and care homes. Care homes was a big problem in this country because they moved everyone to care homes, and that's
yeah. And people weren't doing routine medical checkups for fear of going to the hospital.
Yeah, yeah. So anyone that you know, kind of had like a mild cancer, which could have been dealt with, just didn't get any treatment. And depending on the cancer and the severity, you can be gone, sadly, in the space of, well, just a few months. I remember my family was sort of ill for a little bit, went to the hospital eventually, and she turned out she had cancer, and she died 3 weeks later. So it does happen. I don't know the particulars. I don't want to necessarily blame COVID. I don't know if it is, but it more than likely is. But because this is happening all over the place, you know, I'm still waiting very, very minor surgery, which I don't think I'll ever get. I'm not really that bothered about it, but you know, I've still not been to my GP to find out what's actually wrong with my whatever was going on back in Christmas last year, whatever it was. So, you know, I mean, I don't think I got cancer. I don't think it's that serious, but some people will have those problems, and they're not. There's nothing happening, and we're just kind of led to just like, it's so weird because when you meet these people who are pro-restriction, whenever you mention that, they go, yes, and that's also, yes, that's terrible, and that's the government's fault. And you think, you're just looking for more fuel for the restriction fire, because how do you expect that problem to be solved if the country's in lockdown? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then they cite rain dance philosophy, which is, well, COVID would have been over if everyone locked down and no one went outside. You're like, really? Do you actually think that? You know, by and large, most people followed restrictions. I mean, I've not had COVID. I know a few people who have, but not many actually. And I've ran bars since the beginning. My partner works in a shop. My best friend who's living with us currently works in bars as well. So, you know, I'm not suggesting that it's not real or it's not contagious or whatever, but you know, it's not everyone is getting this, and we're supposed to all isolate, even though we're healthy, if we come into contact with someone who's got it. I've never had to isolate, actually.
Oh, well, the asymptomatic carrier thing has pretty much been debunked.
Yeah, well, it's complete bullshit. They estimated at best it was 4%, which is so weird because you think, well, if it's asymptomatic, how many people spread it? How was it being spread?
Yeah, you would think people are sneezing and stuff. Yeah,
you know, I don't. The thing is, I don't really know, and I don't really care because everything that's kind of happened has already happened, right? My issue was from the very beginning, and I said this to you, and I said this to lots of people, there's video evidence of this. My problem has always been that the government would use this to take arbitrary control.
Like a geratosinosis said in the comments.
Yeah. And it's literally happening, right? And it's not just COVID related. So there's the mandatory vaccinations. Just today, they were talking about effectively a what's the word? A social point system. Right?
Yeah, a social credit system.
Like a social credit system, yeah. And people can go, no, it's not that, but that's kind of basically what it is. And what they've started to suggest they're going to do now is people who are obese can log into this app and gain points on this app. I don't know what these points do, what these credits do, for all the healthy food that they buy in their shopping cart. I mean, now that I've said it out loud, I realize how dumb this is as an idea. Like, it's obviously stupid and a bit weird and a bit cringy. But like, it's more of that. Well, we want to kind of control.
Like McDonald's just eating a burger, and like the SWAT team comes in.
Well, I mean, it does beg the question: what's the point in it? Because if you want to incentivize healthy eating, I personally, by the way, think that the best incentive for healthy eating is to not die of diabetes or bowel cancer, right? That's the best incentive to healthy eating there, right? And fat people and obese people, they know this. They know that they're unhealthy. They know that they know, and one way to incentivize healthy eating would be to make healthy food cheaper, right? Or put food lessons back into schools. Do you know what I mean? Like where people can learn how to make food. Because actually, I've done this little experiment myself where everyone.
Are you saying that it's better to be skinny? That's fat shaming. That's fat shaming.
I'm not saying it's better to be skinny. I'm saying it's not good to be fat.
Well, see, there's a whole minefield you have to dance through now, you know.
Yeah, well, I'm happy to dance to the right tune. You know, I'm happy to tiptoe around areas so I don't sound insensitive when it comes to you know, anything maybe LGBT related.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's just obvious, the social credit system being promoted by the same political establishment that's going to put, you know, fat shaming. It's going to make fat shaming a thing.
Yeah, well, that's what I thought that was a bit odd as well, actually, because this is, you know, they're constantly going on about this body positivity crap, and now they want to make it so that there's less fat people around. You
can't even have a bikini girl on the bus. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't really know, but I mean maybe it's not that much of a social credit system that I say out loud and realize how dumb it is. But there are other things going on.
I definitely sense the camel's nose getting under the tent there. Yeah. So
absolutely
healthier. Then suddenly, we don't like that opinion you shared on social media. That you're promoting misinformation. So
I mean, it's already now woven into the law to some degree. I'm not a solicitor, but I read the law. I can read the law, not very well, but I kind of get a gist of what's going on. And it's already kind of woven into the law that your employer can take you to task for your opinions online, and that doesn't have to be that your opinion is you know, racist. It can be that your opinion is racist. So because you don't, you know, you didn't black out your screen, you know, you're a racist, or you don't use the rainbow flag in Pride Month, you're a homophobe, you know. And all you have to do is make a comment somewhere, and someone can take that to your employer. And this has happened. I don't know people, but I know of examples where this has happened, where people have kind of said something completely nothing to do with racism or whatever, and been really rinsed by their employers for it.
And they know that people are going to do that because there's nothing people love more than easy moral victory. So it's really nothing to get that over the normies. Oh, well, we're using this. We're using the social credit system to root out the racists. You don't want to be racist, do you? And no, people want their golden star. They want their cookie. They want the easiest moral victory they can get. So they'll go along with it because people are basically lazy and vain. So yeah.
Yeah, well, it's you to quote you from our last conversation. It's cheap virtue, and there is always a price to cheap virtue, as you say. I mean, that's just one example. We have the bill which is designed the police can determine which protests they find reasonable and which protests they don't.
Well, no, that's the virus. The virus is woke enough to know which are the super spreader events. We actually had a consortium of scientists come out and say the BLM protest in 2020 stopped the spread of the virus. Oh, by the way, we also got told that, it's terrifying. Talk about misinformation. We're living in upside down. So the BLM protest, people riding on the street, stopped the spread of the virus. All the murders in Chicago are because of white supremacy. And the Surfside condo complex in Miami, you know, the condo that just collapsed?
Mm-hmm.
It was because of global warming.
Oh, well, of course.
Can you believe? So, yeah, I mean, there's a divide in America. I'm not going to say whether it exists in America, but yeah. Obviously, there's 100 million Americans at least who hear what 95% of the media is saying and just tune it out, just think it's bullshit.
Yeah.
This is like an unprecedented thing. And so they put this saturation, you know, they put the same narrative, complete saturation in the media, the fact that Donald Trump got 70 million votes, despite the fact that for 4 years, 95% of the press coverage was negative, saying the most vile things about him. That should tell you something. People just don't believe what they hear anymore. I'm sorry, I kind of got away from your point, but yeah.
No, that's okay. That's the point of these streams. Oh,
yeah, we were another thing you were saying. I'm not going to let you talk. Don't talk just yet, because that's another thing. When you were talking about the approved opinions, the social credit system, and when they did the Blackout Tuesday, are you going to black out your social media profile? I knew at the time. I was like, this is a test. They're going to see who complies. It's easy. Well, gee, that doesn't cost you anything. Just put a black square. It takes 30 seconds of your time. No, you're being tested to see who is willing to go along with this. When after certain events in January, there was a certain narrative about what Donald Trump may or may not have provoked with his words, which was an idiotic lie. Anyone with an IQ over 80 could see that this was a lie. And yet I had people, 50-something adults who went to good colleges, went on social media promoting this lie. I went into the comments. I posted screen caps. I posted excerpts from the transcription of Donald Trump's speech, proving that they were wrong. It was like, it was like trying to get a cat to look in the mirror. When you get a cat to look in the mirror and they look anywhere but that was it. That was another test. Who is willing to be the happy soldier? The more audacious the lie, the better it is, because you get to see who the true happy soldiers are.
Yeah, I mean, I had a brief conversation with someone. It's not really a friend, but someone I know personally well. And we were talking about Donald Trump. And I have no feelings towards Donald Trump. It's nothing to do
Get off my street!
I'll
pick you off.
Well, I happen to remember, I happen to behave under this. This is this great illusion that I have created for me and people in this country. It's got fuck all to do with us. We're British. It's Donald Trump's entire life could be horrendous, and he could be the worst person ever. It makes no difference to me. It makes absolutely no difference to me.
It's very funny because I have the New Zealand guy. He was actually on a stream with us once before. If you remember the New Zealand guy, I think he was a little drunk at the time, so he wasn't in top form. But yeah, he was all Gamergate, anti-SJW. He was doing the whole thing for Trump's presidency. As soon as Trump is out, he doesn't care anymore. It was. I know. I'm going to use the kind of terms you love. It was a lifestyle brand for him. As soon as Trump got out of office, he was like, "Oh yeah, it's just a cult now." Well, I live in America, so it's not just a lifestyle brand. It's not just a shirt I wear. There are actual consequences for me. But yeah, I think a lot of people they just thought it was the cool thing to do.
Yeah, well, once again, it's that cheap virtue. I get to tell everyone else how wonderful I am by hating on the same person that everyone else hates because I'm edgy. I always find it really bizarre how people think they're so anti-establishment whilst also being part and being fully in line with what the establishment actually thinks and does.
Well, that goes back to the redefinition of liberal, but we'll hit back.
Well, yeah, I love when you hear punk and like old rappers, so like Eminem and Pink and stuff, talking about like the status and the man and the fucking patriarchy or whatever.
Well, look Rage Against the Machine. They were like, you got to do what we tell you. Now, I actually did a parody. It's criminally underviewed, but yeah, now I'm sure they're advocating for censorship and forced vaccination.
Yeah, well, and this is the grand thing about it. They don't realize that they are part of this wider establishment, and they are the dominating. They hold the dominating cards in this conflict.
Well, all you need to do is hold up a bigger boogeyman, and it's the bigger boogeyman was first the white supremacists. Because apparently there are 80 million of them marching through America's cities. I don't know. It kind of scares me. But apparently, and this is the thing. Okay, so this is my formulation. How you get liberals to turn for the establishment is just convince them that their fellow citizens are white supremacists. And then tell, oh, well, the political establishment is here to help you. All those guys that you were against 30 years ago, the FBI, the CIA, the mainstream media, the billion-dollar tech giants, those are all your friends because they're going to protect you from your fellow citizens. Now, all of the who were the anti-establishment left back in the day now become authoritarians because they think that the establishment is their bulwark protection against their fellow citizens. And the virus played into it very well as too. Again, you started out this live stream saying that, okay, well, the culture war is old hat. This is the new thing. I think they really do dovetail into each other.
Yeah, no, well, they do. Just like we said before, that the culture war it dovetails into religion very, very effectively. Which will, I think maybe you could probably push that into another way as well. I don't know, but the best way to sorry, my phone's just.
I'm just going to get more water, but please continue talking.
Yeah, sure. I forgot what I was going to say actually. Sorry, it's really warm here.
Yeah, it's very warm here too. You were talking about the social credit system. Is that what you wanted to?
Oh no, I'm not. To be honest with you, the social credit system is it's just I actually. It wasn't until I heard an MP say this earlier today, actually, that I never thought about it like that. I'm a little bit reluctant to do so, given that I said it out loud and it made me laugh at how cringeworthy it was. The mandatory vaccination thing is one thing. We have a bill trying to be passed through the Houses of Parliament now where the police can decide which protests they want to, as I've just said, they could stop. We have one of the really major problems where I can somewhat empathize, maybe sympathize actually. I can somewhat sympathize with the philosophy behind vaccinations for people in hospitals if the philosophy guiding it was based on the same philosophy that guides other vaccinations. Don't let me forget, I'll come back to that. And I would sympathize with to some degree a passport of vaccination or test or natural immunity for large-scale events if COVID was as bad as they're making it out to be. If COVID was as dangerous as making it out to be. But what they do is when you point that to them, they shift it and put it on the old. Well, we're not asking for the young people to get vaccinated for them. They're asking so they can save Granny, who's vaccinated. So now they're actually saying that the vaccine doesn't stop you from getting it. It stops you from dying, and it stops you from giving it. There is no way that is the guiding philosophy of a vaccination.
You still have to wear mask.
But you still have to wear mask. You know, and don't forget the guiding philosophy behind mask wearing is really interesting, right? So I am not opposed to mask wearing. Right? I'm not opposed to mask wearing as a precaution either. What I'm opposed to is the misinformation, the complete twist of truth that they use to put mask wearing into position. Yes. Because the argument, the philosophy behind mask wearing was that if I wear a mask, if I sneeze or cough or talk loudly, I can't project vapor, water vapor, carrying an aerosol disease across to an object across the other side of the room. The moment you take the mask off inside a pub, for example, that is all completely dissolved. But that's a slightly different argument. But the problem is that was never their guidance. They even said, and it still says on the government's website today, that masks are not to be used in favor of distancing or hand washing, as there is no evidence that wearing a mask will prevent you from contracting COVID-19. Yes. However, it might prevent you from giving it to somebody else, okay? Yeah. We have in this country now what I like to call COVID mythology. And this is what happens, right? When you let the public, I'm going to say this and I say it as a pure joke. This is what happens when you let the NPCs, right, into the dungeon with you. Just run around and make up their own stuff, right? Because what we have now is this, it starts with a scientific principle, which makes sense in scientific logic, okay? Then it descends into pseudoscience, and that was where it would normally die. And then, but now it doesn't die, it continues and becomes mythology. And masks are a really good example of this. So the philosophy behind mask wearing is if I wear a mask, I can't project water vapors towards you and you can't contract COVID-19, whether it's on a surface or it goes into your face or whatever. A sound philosophy. It's an aerosol disease, and this is the pathway into the aerosol cavity effectively, right? That seems to make reasonable sense. It turns out there is no scientific evidence for that to even work, okay? There is the Danish mask study, which has pointed out that with the right masks, rather than the ones that we're wearing now, with the ones that you would wear in a medical facility, which is really expensive, that will have some utility. However, mask wearings don't do anything. Even though the philosophy made sense, there's no scientific evidence behind it. But then what you have is when this reaches to the public, there are things that the public don't quite, they never match the logic with the science. So you have this, the best version of mythology is if I tried to reach for a mask then. If I have a mask and I pull it down here, okay? This is the devil to people now. Like, for some reason, pulling it down is basically shooting a baby in the face, right? They go, well, this is their argument. If you've got COVID, you'll put it on your neck and then you'll bring it back up into the mask. Well, if I've already got it, it doesn't matter where I stick the damn thing. And who's going to come along and lick my neck? What are you licking my neck for? If they're licking my neck, they're intimate with me enough to get it anyway.
Yeah.
This philosophy is, I've got it in order for it to be put there to bring it back up. It's mythology. Another one. The COVID, if you expose COVID to natural air outside, it dissipates faster. Scientifically logical principle. That makes sense. How do we make that more? How can we adjust our lives to make that more? To propagate that more? So we open up the doors and the windows. Makes sense. And then they say these magical words, and coronavirus will blow away. It's mythology. It will blow. This is, it's literally the words that comes out of their mouth. The advert says it will blow away coronavirus, right? Because you've got your window open. So I'm going to sit here in the freezing cold to blow away the coronavirus of the person sat right next to me. Okay. This is mythology. We've adopted this mythology surrounding COVID-19. And the underpinning for it is religion. The religion is supporting the NHS. Because as I said to you years ago, the moment you say anything against the National Health Service, you are the devil. It's poorly managed. It's not underfunded. It's just poorly managed enough that the funding gets zapped to different parts of it. It's an absolute mess. I'm sorry, but it is. Everybody in this country has some problem with the NHS. That doesn't mean I have a problem with nurses. It doesn't mean I have a problem with doctors. I actually kind of do have a problem with some nurses because most of them got an attitude problem, but that's a different story for a different time. Nurses work very hard. Doctors work very hard. They've been very good to me in the past. But that doesn't mean that I can not criticize the NHS. Yeah. And that's and the moment the government said the magical words, "We must protect the NHS," boom. That was your major underpinning for this. That's all you needed to do, which, by the way, is exactly why they started with the NHS. They didn't start with vaccinations. They didn't start with, we must get this, or we must do this. It was, we must protect the NHS. It wasn't actually to stop people from dying, because the government already said from the beginning, some people are going to die from this. They expected 10,000 people to die from it anyway. Obviously, it was far more contagious than that. No one could have seen that one coming. Well, I mean, I suppose they could actually. But the moment you say the NHS and we must save the NHS, everybody then that's it. That's all you need to do in this country to get everybody on your side. And then the death thing came after that, and wearing masks came after that. In fact, if you look at the this is slightly off point, but if you look at the restrictions in this country, if you match the restriction with the date and then cross-reference that with the cases always rise as a result of the restrictions that they actually put on. It happened with mask wearing, and it happened with the lockdown. The numbers were dropping before the lockdown, both times. Well, all 3 times, if you want to pretend there was 3 lockdowns, but there wasn't. There was 2. But then the numbers shoot up.
Also geographically, the correlation is also geographic, and the place with the most severe lockdowns is also the places
with the most deaths. Yeah,
yes.
Yeah. I mean, it's the lockdowns evidently don't work. But once again, it's rain dance philosophy, because if the lockdowns don't work, you're not locking down hard enough. And if the numbers do come down, it was because of lockdown. So you can't win with this philosophy. Also,
I like that rain dance philosophy. I'm sorry, that just clicked with me, but yeah.
Yeah, it was Patrick who actually told me that. The way I verbalized the entire thing, and he said, "Oh, it's like a rain dance." And I said, "Yeah, it is."
It's very funny, because I have been diagnosed OCD all my life. In fact, I went to a pediatric OCD specialist when I was a kid, and he said, like whenever Duke University, whenever you read anything in any pediatric OCD journal, his name comes up, and he said I was one of the worst cases he had ever seen. And so I think from my perspective, I could look at this, I see the exact same thing. I think I've been inoculated, ironically, having had OCD, and I could see this rain dance, this sort of rain dance policy in action. I see everyone acting OCD.
I have a short pause, but I had no idea that you had OCD. I have OCD as well.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, maybe one day we'll talk about that. But I had quite severe OCD. I had therapy. It didn't.
Yeah.
Long story short, I had to do it myself effectively. But yeah.
One day I just said I had enough. Yeah, basically.
I didn't work like that for me. I do that now when I have like the little bits, the little symmetry OCD. I'm not doing that, because I differentiated it all the time. I said, well, having it and suffering is very different. I have symmetry OCD, but I don't suffer from symmetry OCD. So I can just kind of turn away from it. But the other ones that I do suffer from, I was bedridden for, like, it was ridiculous. I didn't want to leave the house. I didn't want to leave my bed. Yeah, wow. It was really bad. Yeah. I didn't know that about you at all, actually, which is weird, because, well, I don't really talk about it. I used to talk about it a lot. I have my first YouTube channel actually had videos about OCD on it, because I learned a lot about, when I was having therapy, I learned a lot about it, and I learned a lot about therapy. And it was always my intention to help other people who had OCD to get over it, actually. I didn't know that about you. Maybe one day we'll have a long form discussion about OCD.
Well, I haven't been forthcoming about too many details of my life on this channel. If you haven't noticed. Anything will become weaponized against me.
Well, that's true. That's true. So yeah, we're at this point now.
By the way, I just want to say thank you very much, Geratosinosis, for your very kind contribution. You've always been very kind, so thank you. And welcome, John Harrison and Beast. But continue.
That's what I'm just. Oh, Pick Up Your Pants Patrol is about, is he? I haven't been able to see the comments because I'm on the phone, so I'm like an old person who doesn't know how to work the phone.
They have to spend like 20 minutes like die of COVID before you turn off.
We're at a point in this country where people aren't paying attention, right? And it infuriates me. I can't believe that we're even discussing why mandatory vaccinations are a bad thing. And I've watched so many of these debates and these discussions, and I never hear anyone say anything that settles well philosophically. If you ever got the chance to watch it, look up Benjamin Butterworth versus what's her name? Samuels. I can't remember her first name. She's a conservative pundit, if you will. And his entire argument was driven by emotion and experience. Yeah. This is a guy, by the way, who went out at midnight in a nightclub full of people who weren't vaccinated. He himself was vaccinated, but they weren't vaccinating, now calling for mandatory vaccination passports to protect people who are vaccinated, whilst being out with people who are unvaccinated. Yeah. And she even said, you need to get off your high horse, because this is just beyond a joke, you know. But she was really good. She came with all the information I've already cited, the people who said it wasn't a good idea. Once again, I'm not going to bother with that, because I don't care about that. I just care about the philosophy behind the idea and whether it's a good idea. And he said the words, people who are unvaccinated are dangerous. Yes. Right? Another quote that our health minister said, we reserve the right to do this in the future where we see fit. Right? People should be really scared about this. Like, yes. Genuinely, really, really scared. I have said this to you before, that I have a really, real deep fear of like arbitrary utopias and things like that. I really, really do fear that one day we'll wake up and, you know, our like rights just to go outside are taken away from us by you must stab this into your arm or whatever. Like, it's a real fear that I have.
Well, it's a test. They're seeing how far they can push us.
Yes, well, the thing is, we did keep doing it. We keep letting them do it, because we let them do it last year, and we never challenged it.
So this is why I wanted to say is that when you said, I agree with you. I'm very much in the same boat with you. I have not gotten a vaccination. I will not get. I'm not hesitant. I have a principled stand. I will not get the vaccination because I won't abide by medical tyranny. And I know they'll just keep drawing lines in the sand. We've seen it over and over the last 18 months. It's like blacking out your. Again, it's the dovetailing of you know, social justice and political plot. Every concession you make to arbitrary demands just gets met with more demands. It's never going to be satisfied. Oh, I black out my Facebook profile so they won't think I'm racist. A year and a half later, it's like, no, you have to take down your American flag because that's a dog whistle. You know, it's more and more and more. And so, you know, whatever, 6 months ago, we had all these TV commercials that I saw in my mom's house. I wasn't watching this, but yeah. So, you know, it's like, now that we have the vaccine, life will go back. And it has like little kids running down the street, hugging each other. Yay! You know, our lives were held ransom, but now that we have the vaccine, we have freedom again. Well, of course, like anyone with two brain cells to rub together knows that's not how it's going to play out. So where was I going? Oh, yes. So I'm talking about the principled stand. So I'm like, there's a case I can use that unfortunately I don't have any names or data or facts, but that's never prevented before. But yeah, so there's a performance venue in America. It has 3 locations. One is in New York City, one is in Nashville, Tennessee, I think, and one is in Texas. They got the mandatory vaccination requirements for entering the nightclub or the performance venue, whatever, in New York City, because there was already a sort of a critical load of vaccination to make that economic for them to even require that. In the Nashville and the Texas ones, the rates of vaccination were so low that they knew it would be economic suicide to require that for you know, venue goers. So I mean, that's kind of my justification. I'm going to make it uneconomic for them to require this.
Yeah, I mean, it does worry me. It does worry me because I shouldn't have to do this. You know, I mean, where do you, once again, just purely on vaccinations, where do you draw the line? Okay, so I've never, ever been able to, no one's ever done a good job of this one. If you said to me, we must have, if polio occurred now, and said we must get mandatory vaccinations for everybody, I would support that, right? Because it's very bad and it's indiscriminate of who it affects. Now, if you think that COVID requires a mandatory vaccination, then you must also assume that HPV requires a mandatory vaccination, and the flu requires a mandatory vaccination, because flu is pretty much a killer of the same group as well.
Yes.
And okay, it doesn't kill as much people, but we have to assume that the numbers that we're being told are actually correct, which we know that they're not. I don't believe we know that they're not, because we've been told that they're not. So where's your argument for mandatory vaccinations of flu? That will be next. All right. So we have this precedent where anything that can be perceived to be a danger, providing it's the right thing, can be forced upon you. All right. Now, don't forget, in this country, we pay for certain medical privileges, right? We pay for the NHS with our national insurance, but we pay for privileges, and some of these privileges aren't privileges. So if you're diabetic, you have to pay for the thing that they stab themselves with, an EpiPen. Yeah. If you're asthmatic, you pay for your inhalers. If you're poor and you're on benefits and you get it for free, fair enough. But most people pay for the liberty of not dying of asthma or, glucose, whatever. I don't know what the terminology would be for. The same for diabetes. I'm tired. How long is it going to be before it becomes a burden on the state to afford for the new medical treatment that they want you to, that you're forced to get, and you then have to start paying for it? You see, I think there'll be a lot less people who are getting a vaccination if the government said, "Oh, we can't fund this. You're going to have to fund it yourselves."
Well, that's another concern, because once it's mandatory, the drug companies can name their own price. It's just like free college. Well, free college suddenly becomes very expensive once it's free, because they can name their own price.
Yeah, I mean, it's to say, I can liken this very easily to one of the most disgusting small things that I think affects everybody who has a child in this country, and that's school uniforms. Parents pay through the nose for school uniforms, like you wouldn't believe, because the schools hike, like the uniform shops and the schools hike the price up because they know it has to be brought.
Yeah.
So, and there's no argument about it, but you have to send your child to school, and every single school has a uniform. So basically, what's happening is you're being forced to spend a lot of money on something that you might not even want to do.
Mm-hmm.
And it's very similar to that. That's just one aspect. Obviously, it might not go that way, but when you start to when the state starts to intervene.
By the way, just make the note that all the liberals who 20 years ago were railing against big pharma, just like the FBI, the CIA, the mainstream media, tech giants, billionaires, Bill Gates, the billionaire globalists, and big pharma too. They've all been impressed into the establishment Navy. Yes.
Yeah, it's so, once again, it's so weird how anyone with a brain cannot see this.
Yes.
I mean, I don't know, because I do know real, like, economic left-wing people, and they're quite politically minded and they're quite economically minded, and they will turn at these people who are these conglomerates and say, this is wrong because of X, Y, Z. And it's never, oh, it's because they're white and they're rich. It's because they're fracking or they're doing whatever, something, some weird nonsense I don't really care about. But, but it does baffle me how people just cannot see this. Like, I've said this many times, I'm not really a smart person, right? I'm not bad at talking and I have a good memory. But
that's not true. That's not so fabulous.
Which bit? I don't have a good memory. But and I can see this, right? Maybe these people are so much smarter than me, and I have to be next level intelligentsia to acknowledge that these people are the establishment, or aren't the establishment in this particular case. You know, like everything that I've ever seen, you know, everything I've heard, you know, everything I've spoken about, I'm just really stupid. And actually, no, Bill Gates has my best interest at heart. And my government, who have never done a damn thing that was conservative in their entire life in the past 20 to 30 years, maybe they really do want to conserve my liberty. Isn't that really kind? But I'm just too stupid to understand.
Yeah. Well, you're an ingrate. You're an ingrate. Yes.
Well, exactly. Well, I'm working class, you see. So, us working class folks, we're stupid and we're all right wing.
But they care, you know, even despite the fact that you're a contemptible racist, they care dearly for your health and well-being. So,
well, exactly. You know, and that's another thing. These kind of, it's so weird how at first it wasn't looking the way that it was like all the crazy leftists were pro-restriction and all the kind of libertarian rights were anti, but it certainly nestled very well into that area. The Venn diagram slowly moved further and further away as restrictions went around. Anyone who was in that middle has jumped over to the anti-restriction, but there's still so many people who are pro-restriction, and you can see people comment like, "Oh, we're a nightclub and we've decided to not open yet. Why? I have no idea." And people will comment, "Oh, it's so wonderful that you're doing this for the safety of people. It's so wonderful." I had a thought the other day, and I think I stole this from, it's a quote which was stolen from somebody else, the Russian author that Peterson always mentions, and I can never pronounce nor remember his name anyway. And it was something like, you know, you never realize how cold it is until you're actually out in the cold. And personally speaking, my business is failing, right? Because of, well, I'm going to say it's probably COVID, because why would it not be COVID? And there's just less people out. People aren't doing it. People are scared. They've saved money. Or not COVID, the restrictions. People have built their own bars at home. They don't want to go out anymore. They used to.
Well, that's a really malicious lie that they say in the media when they say that small businesses are hurt by COVID. No, the small businesses are hurt by the government.
Yes, yeah. It's not COVID. We're not surviving COVID. We're not recovering from COVID. We're recovering from restriction.
Yes.
And fear-mongering, because it's stopping people from coming out and they don't want to, and then there's restrictions that are, you know, there's tertiary reasons that might not be directly, they don't want to not come to you, but they're busy at home. It's the summer. They've been fear-mongered. I'm going to stay at home. I'm going to bring only my friends over that I know. We've all been vaccinated. I know these people. We're going to drink together in my garden that I built because I was off for a year. You know, and I pinpoint this down to what I call the government hush money, which was furlough, right? Because they call it the job retention scheme, but it wasn't, because you didn't have to return back to work, and you could seek additional employment while you were on furlough. So it is furlough. It's not a job retention scheme. It's hush money. It's government hush money, because if there was no furlough, lockdown would have been over within a week. And what I don't understand.
Well, I'm sorry. Could you explain that a little more? Because where you're using,
furlough was the job retention scheme was implemented by by Rishi Sunak, who is the finance minister. That's not the right word at all. And he's not the finance minister. That's another guy. What's the Chancellor of the Exchequer? So he's like the accountant of the entire country. And he devised this retention scheme so that when lockdown was implemented, people would get paid 80% of their wage by the government through their employer. Not everybody got it, but most people got it. And this obviously went on for a long time. Mm-hmm. And this is what the government did to keep people in line. Because, and I only kind of thought about this just the other day in this severity, is I want lockdown restrictions to end, so I can make a living in what I do, okay? And people will say, oh, you're just putting money first. No, I'm putting my life first. Mm-hmm. My house, my job, my career, everything, you know, my little tin room or whatever. Like, that's important to me, okay? I appreciate that some people might not want to go out, and I appreciate that some people are scared, and I appreciate that my world isn't everybody's world. But I'm not asking you to be forced to come to me. I'm asking you to allow me to do what I need to do to survive. I can't quite get my head around why people would instantly dismiss my pro-restriction stance for some grand version of the economy. I don't care about the economy. I care about my economy. I care about making the money that I need to make. I think people think people who own businesses are swimming in money, but we're not. And the complete lack of, I don't like making personal arguments. I think it's cringy, but the lack of empathy that I have been given by people online for being a business owner who wants restrictions to end. What I really want to know, the convoluted way of saying that, what I really want to know, given that quote I've just said, what do they expect me to do? What do people who are pro-restriction people, I have been given no furlough. The government hasn't given me any money. I couldn't claim the self-employed income support scheme because of not being trading for long enough and not having profit figures from the previous year. What do these people want me to do? I'm supposed to just die because I want to have my life restored into to some degree back. And I want people to be able to have the choice to come into my establishment. Maybe they don't. Oh, I can't plan for a pandemic. I didn't expect one, but there could be a flood. The electrics could go down. An asteroid could hit my gaff and I could never open again. There are 1,000 things that could go wrong, but it should not be a conservative, let alone government, that mandates that particular thing.
Yes.
That was something that you would never imagine was going to happen. So what do these people who are pro-restriction want me to do? And how many of those people who are pro-restriction received furlough or worked through the pandemic? Because I guarantee you it's probably quite a lot of them. Because once again, you don't know how cold it is until you're out in the cold.
Yes. And not to mention all the chattering class and the media people who never missed a day of work. It's very easy. It's very easy for them to condemn people. It was a propaganda campaign. I think it's very similar. And this is one of those things I keep going back to. I think I may be a little tiresome to people who watch me because so much crap has happened over the last 18 months.
So much crap.
It's hard to remember all of it. But one thing that really stuck in my craw was when you had the reopen protesters in Michigan, and they showed up at the Michigan State Capitol. There was a slander campaign against them by the media. Of course, they were called white supremacists because everyone who demonstrates for their own liberties somehow gets the same slur. Boy, it seems to be a very politically convenient slur. Yeah, all the people getting their cheaply bought virtue. Oh wow, I'm not WS like those people. And meanwhile, you're vilifying good people who are simply trying to maintain their livelihoods. It's the same thing that happened with the Virginia gun rally. It's the same thing that happened in January. And it's the same thing that happened with the Michigan reopen protesters. And if you remember, the idiotic narrative was, you want grandma to die so you can get a haircut. Did you guys get that? The whole you want grandma?
Yeah, we had don't hug grandma because she might die, and we had all that kind of
because hair salons are like maybe just sort of the archetypal service industry, So that was used. Oh wow, these people want grandma to die so they can get a haircut, and it was always portrayed as being on the consumer end. Like I want to go to a hair salon and get my hair cut. Well, obviously that's not a problem for me. But yeah, I want to go to a hair salon and get my hair cut, and I don't care if grandma dies. It was never told from the perspective of the hairstylist. What if they have kids to feed? That was never ignored. But the narrative was always, you want grandma to die. And they were mocked and they were slandered and they were vilified.
Yeah, and people genuinely, and I think people genuinely believe this because the government genuinely believes this. People believe that the government gave businesses lots and lots of money, like they gave them lots and lots of money. It depends. I mean, I can't really run numbers because I can only speak about my own business, and I was in a particularly unique position that isn't the same for everybody. But I guess everyone's in the same kind of position like that. But the government were handing out, if you didn't get this self-income support scheme, which was effectively the furlough for self-employed people, which a lot of people wouldn't have got it, you might have got some kind of grant based on the premises that you had. But that money goes to running the premises. That money doesn't go to you. So everyone thinks that, oh, well, you've just been given £6,000. Well, no, I haven't, because that £6,000 is going to go on some landlord who takes my money, who's getting all the same amount of money. You know, so it's not the case that the government have just given out tons and tons of money. I mean, the government themselves, I mean, you have public figures saying, oh, well, if we just lock down for 2 more months, it's been 6 or whatever. You think, are you for real? It's okay for you. You've been sitting here on the couch of XY TV station every single morning for the past 18 months. You live in a house with a giant garden. You know, you probably don't even have kids. And if you do, it's 2.5 and a nice wife, and you're all happy together. You know, you're not in a toxic position. You know, you've got plenty of money.
That was literally the case with Chris Cuomo in America. You know, the guy who was supposed to be I don't want to distract you, but it was a funny story.
Oh, it's all right.
The guy who was supposed to be quarantined in his basement, and some guy on a bicycle almost got into a fist fight with him on the street when he was supposed to be in his basement. Yeah, but yeah, he was another fearmonger. But please continue.
Yeah, no, I mean, isolating. I mean, at the time of the lockdown, we lived in this pub, which was quite a nice little big pub sort of thing, and then we moved into a flat, and we could never have worked from home in this flat. We didn't have a dining table. Our sofa was too low. It hurts your back to sit on it for too long. You know, where are we going to do all of our things? You know, how are we going to exist in a flat? Because flats are designed for people to live in cheaply, go and do their daily work, go out and have a dinner or whatever somewhere, see friends, and then go home for sleep. They're not designed to live in. You know what I mean? It doesn't work like that.
Okay.
So what are these people? And people live in smaller things in flats. You know, you get like city center like apartments, which are tiny. And what are you expecting people to? How are you expecting people to live in those things like that? You know, and all of these rich folk telling all of us poor folk all about how we should be grateful that we're being given furlough or grants or self-income support schemes or whatever. Let's say I got it. Let's say I was working and I had furlough. Like, we're the ones suffering, not them. It's never them. You know, if you look, I've been researching history a lot more just lately, and if you look back at history, whenever there's a national crisis, it's always the poor people who suffer.
Yes.
Right. It really is the poor, the peasants and the serfs, and the low end of the working classes and the working classes. It's never anybody
communist revolutions, yes, especially maybe
especially in communist revolutions. Yeah, no, I mean, well, because the middle classes, they do a runner in the communist ones. They get out the country before they get stabbed or whatever. And it's completely true, and it's exactly what's happening now. You've got scientists in this was a small group, I think, but now it's like a full-on, you know, auditoriums worth of scientists all advising the government, saying lockdown, 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 lockdown. They've never had so much power, never had so much position. Each week there's a new sage advisor of whatever. People like power, right? And a good friend of mine who's not particularly pro-restriction, you know, he's very sort of 50-50, but he says, don't attribute, there's just the Hanlon's razor thing, don't attribute to malice what you could attribute to stupidity. And I already covered this. It doesn't have to be malice. It's just power. It's position, it's privilege, it's money. You know, it doesn't have to be an evil, sinister reason behind why they do it. They just do it because they can do it. And I quote the guy I quoted earlier on, we reserve the right to do this.
Yes.
In the future as we see fit. It doesn't have to be backed by science. It doesn't have to be backed by data or modeling. All it has to be backed by is we can do this to you, so we're going to do this to you. In fact, the mask mandate hasn't ended. There are still parts of the country where you have to wear a mask, and there are still people asking people to wear masks. And there are still people wearing masks. walking the streets in their own cars, still wearing masks, right? And that's because some of it's behavioral. I'll still stand up now and go, oh, I don't need to put one on. Or I'll get one, go to get one for get on the bus. And I'm like, I don't need to wear this mask anymore. It's behavioral, right? And they know that once you've got people to act like sheep and you can herd them in one particular direction, you can keep doing this. Right? This is, by the way, how you actually herd sheep. This is literally how you herd sheep. You make the right noises, and actually the sheep don't respond. Once they've been trained, they don't respond to the dog. They respond to the noise. If you walk through a flock of sheep and whistle, they'll start to gather and move around, right? It's because they don't, at that point, they aren't responding to the threat of the dog. They're responding to the whistle of the farmer, right? The dog is just commonplace. The mask is just commonplace at this point. You know, it's already there. The government can make whatever noise it likes now, and people will move in the direction that they want to go. They want them to go. It's so bizarre. It's so bizarre how people can just be so like frivolous with their freedoms.
Yes.
And all of their arguments are so emotive, right? I mean, we're not scientists. I'm not bloody bringing out the epidemiology here, which is bizarre because I actually do know a few things about epidemiology, which I've known for 10 years, but somehow even the scientists have now forgotten how viruses work and how viruses become commonplace. And on that point, just to tell you this, viruses get weaker the more people they infect, right? It's not beneficial for a virus to kill its host because it dies.
Yes.
So it becomes, when you...
Yes.
Yeah, it mutates, but it doesn't just mutate in any way. It mutates down.
Yes.
Right? It becomes less
effective.
Which is
what the Delta variant is. Which is what
it's specifically what it is. All right, it might spike in one way to become more potent, but it will eliminate that. And what it does is it sacrifices its inner, severity to strengthen its outer core, so it can't be defeated by the human immune system. This is just standard like virology, right? I've known this for 10 years, right? How viruses work, or epidemiologically work, right? Why does everyone just forget this? Like, why has this just completely gone out of the window now? It's so weird how we're now trusting in the science, but there's no science.
Yeah.
It's modeling, and the people on these committees, they're not they're not hard scientists, they're social scientists. They're behavioral psychologists. They're people who say, if you do this, people will do this, right? Did no one ever think to suggest that if you put people in lockdown and put them under house arrest for over a year, that would have a major effect on their mental health and psychology?
Yes.
These are the same people who want us to be in that position. We are their chew toys.
Yes.
It's just social experiment. They're all freaks. They want to see what happens if you keep people locked up for 2 years. See how many of them commit suicide, or I don't know. It baffles me. I get very threadbare when it comes to these things, because I can only tell you what it looks like to me and what's actually going on. I can't tell you the justification for it. The justification when it comes to government is power, right? It's not about safety. It's about power, right? They're talking about smoking outside now. I think I mentioned this to you before. They're going to ban smoking outside. It has been since pushed to the side since COVID. But there's no need to ban smoking outside, because most people don't really smoke outside. They smoke in their homes anyway, which that's their home. They do what they want to do in their own home, providing no one gets hurt and it's not against the law. Smoking is fine, If you see someone smoking in the street, like, most people kind of turn away. Do you know what I mean? One thing that's happened in this country is we've lost our individual sovereignty. And I was talking to this with my friend Pat, who we've had a couple of conversations with, and what I always noticed is when you remove something, you don't replace it with the absence of that thing.
Yes.
Right? So you replace it with the opposite of that thing. So when you start to manipulate people's movements, you say, well, we're going to tell young people to get a vaccine by force in hopes that they go out and get one. But actually, they go the other way. And once you start to behave that people don't have individual sovereignty, those people will never behave as though you have individual sovereignty. It's like when you sit on public transport, but instead of sitting opposite the person, you sit slightly to the side.
Yeah.
Right? I recognize your space, your sovereignty, you recognize mine. That's a very small example. But if I'm going to assume that somebody is a bad person for not wearing a mask and not wanting a vaccination, but I'm not going to pay them any dues or attention behind their philosophy behind that, I'm removing their sovereignty to do that.
Yes.
And eventually that will eventually erode away all version of sovereignty in this country. Now, the reason I think we have sovereignty in this country is because we kind of invented sovereignty, and we have a sovereign, and that's the Queen, and it's a kind of an individual point of reference, and blah, 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 blah. I won't go into public theology or anything like that.
It all goes back to the Queen with you.
It all goes back to the Queen, and it all goes back to Jesus. No, I'm just Jesus smuggled. No, that's one for your audience. But if we don't act as though I'm an individual with my own philosophy, my own rights, my own individual responsibilities, I can't do that with somebody else because they're just surplus to the requirement of the state. You put a burden on other people, you will end up putting a burden on yourself. It doesn't work like that. You tamper with things, you will always force them in the other direction. And dare I say it, Scandinavia is the go-to for all of the if you manipulate the more you push your egalitarian principle, the more the differences.
The gender dimorphism. Yes.
Yeah. We've said this before that I love the Scandinavia is the place that everyone kind of goes to as their victory.
Well, yeah, that's I love it's the little saying that says what the far right and the far left have in common is that they both think that we should be more like Scandinavia.
Yeah, far more white.
I always love the atheists who say we should be more like Sweden. What, we have a state church? Is that what you want? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it's because people never bothered to examine anything about the Scandinavian countries at all. There's a lot less people there.
Yeah,
by and large, and there's also a lot more money there per person. Per capita per country. So it's not it's not a great metric to run your philosophy by. I mean,
I looked up like Sweden has the population of South Carolina, and nobody would use that as a sample set. Well, this applies to South Carolina, so let's use those. No, that's a ridiculously small sample set, but for some reason it works it works for Sweden. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they did the same thing with COVID. I actually never thought it was an appropriate argument against lockdown to suggest to cross-reference that with other countries that had or hadn't. Because all that does is tells us that lockdowns don't work. Because if lockdowns did work, it would work somewhere, but it never worked anywhere. But it doesn't tell us anything else. Like saying, oh, well, it was really bad in Italy. Well, it is really bad. It was really bad for the Italians. They're a lot closer as a culture. They physically, they live in households. They care for their elderly more, so the younger spreading it among the elderly. And then you have
they just still want to move out of their parents' house. That's what yeah, they're caring for the elderly. Sure, believe that.
And you have in Middle Eastern countries, they have multiple generations living under the same household as well, because that's part of their culture to care for the elderly. It's only white people who shove their old people, white people and Eskimos who shove their old people. Well, I mean, Eskimos throw them into the water, but we shove them off to the States, But yeah, I mean, I never thought it was an appropriate way to conduct a reason against lockdown to say, well, this country did this and this country did that. Because you have to take into account how the virus spreads and what its like modus operandi is for spreading, right? And it turns out from the beginning, and I said this because that's what the World Health Organization said back in March last year, the only two measures that are successful in reducing coronavirus cases is sanitation and distancing.
Yeah.
There was nothing else. Masks don't work, evidently. Lockdowns don't work. And in fact, they go, well, lockdowns don't work because it only prolongs the cases. Well, no. it doesn't prolong the cases at all. The cases still happen.
Well, that was the original justification, which is now all but forgotten. Is that we just needed to prevent the hospitals from just being overfilled. Mm-hmm. my language, my vocabulary
was such a difficult 2 words to say.
You don't want the hospitals to be overfilled. Yes.
Yeah. It's funny, because I was reviewing our last conversation the other day, because I like to remember what we said just so we don't cover it again, even though we do all the time. And that's such a better conversation than this tripping over each other's language that we're doing right now. It's like we've forgotten. We used up all of our intelligentsia powers on our Anglosphere conversation.
Well, because we started with the pretense. It starts. You have to do this to begin with. You have to do something like this. Have stark black and white.
Yes.
Yes.
That will be the cover of my book when I finally write one.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
But yeah. I'm sorry. You were going to say?
I'm just going to go grab a glass of water.
Okay.
To stay rehydrated. I don't know why I just grabbed the mouse on my laptop to try and turn the camera off when I have to do this instead.
So like I was watching videos about homeless people living in Los Angeles, and there was one guy, they just showed him, and he was like this homeless guy in a wheelchair, and he's like, yeah, there are 50,000 homeless people in Los Angeles. If it was really as bad as they're saying, where are all the corpses? Like, this homeless guy is smarter than basically everyone on CNN. If you have 50,000 homeless people in Los Angeles, they're all pooping on the street. They're not washing their hands. They're not squirting their Victoria's Secret disinfectant body gel or whatever. Where is the death toll? Where are the mass graves? Where's the net death that shows that you would register in something like the Spanish flu or the plague? It doesn't add up. Yeah, John Harrison said Aussies seem to be beginning to wake up to things. I hope it's not too late for me. Yeah, the whole situation in Sydney is absolutely ridiculous. People should rise up. Again, they should go out and just go to the nightclub, even if they weren't particularly motivated to do so before. Just get out. They can arrest you all. That is absolutely hard. And yeah, they're using it as a pretext. They're saying how far they can get away with bullying and abusing the populace. And every line in the sand, they say, oh well, we're going to hold you hostage, but once you get the vaccine, we'll give you back your freedom. Well, our freedom was never yours to take in the first place. So again, if you comply with arbitrary demands, they are never satisfied. They will just meet you with more demands.
It's like magic beans. You have 10 magic beans. I take 6 of them away, and I give you 2 back, and you're like, oh, that's great. I've got 6 magic beans. Yeah, but I still have 4 of your magic beans. And I can give you these back one at a time, but then I can go, oh, actually, magic bean tax, and I take 2 more away from you. And I can keep this system of control. I mean, it's a really baffling idea that the government can actually just play with our rights so frivolously and so easily without any kind of backlash. I'm not quite sure what the Crown isn't doing here. I think perhaps the Queen is bothered effectively by the drama of the royal family.
Well, Charles is kind of all in on the whole the whole globalist thing, if you know it.
Yeah. So it's not going to go very well. But realistically, the Crown should have done something. I'm sure done something by now. Maybe I'm just too attached to.
You guys don't have any, because we have the Constitution, which is basically enumerating the rights we have specifically from the abuses of our government. It's not some airy fairy, ideal of rights. This is what the government cannot do, and so it's a violation. It's like, well, if you're going to infringe upon our right to practice our religion, yes, going to church is part of the practice of religion. You can't just factor that out. Our right to assembly. You can't be preferential to what sort of political assemblies are allowed and not allowed. So yeah, but it takes a long time to get to the Supreme Court.
Yeah, well, we have, documents-wise, I guess the Magna Carta, which is obviously no longer it's a foundation for law, but it's not really the law. And then we have the law. Now,
law.
It's not active law. Now, from a legal point of view, like I said, I know a little bit about law, but I probably know just enough to say a few things, but. The legal point of view, I do believe that it's certainly feasible that the restrictions were against the law, but the argument is that the government obtained emergency powers. Now, I don't know, historically speaking, if that's appropriate for the government to do, because Parliament was originally created to monitor the tax system. And the government would take on behalf of the Crown money from the people, but the Crown wouldn't have the ability to just do anything with it that they wanted. To butcher history slightly on this one, the Parliament morphed effectively into what it is now as a result of 2 civil wars, various problems with the royal family, and the collapse of the colonies, effectively. Now, I don't know if it's ever been in the remit of the government to be able to do this, but I couldn't say because I don't know enough about law and history or law history. So I don't really know, but I always wondered the validity of the claim that the government could take this kind of control so easily. I know that the government can pass an emergency bill and then vote on its existence after, which is wrong because by that point the damage of the bill is already done because it takes some X amount of time to debate it and do it. And we aren't having the debates that we used to have. And I think that the COVID was the perfect thing for that, because if you can stop it from coming inside, you can't debate very effectively like this. So it was very difficult for them to be able to do that.
And well, people are forced online where the social media companies are censored anyway. So yeah.
Yeah, and you've got like jittery cameras and the internet's not great and the grid's down or whatever. So our parliament hasn't done a very good job of fighting back against this or having the actual public discussion, because we are supposed to be able to see everything that our government is doing, and we're not seeing it at all because they're not there. You know what I mean? So it's a really difficult position. So much stuff is being kind of put through under the radar, not just because COVID is covering everything, but because Parliament aren't meeting, which hasn't happened. I don't know when the last time Parliament wasn't allowed to meet, other than just being disbanded. Because every year Parliament is disbanded for whatever reason. Like I said, I don't know the ins and outs. I don't know that well, but it's been a long time since Parliament wasn't allowed to meet, and it has massive detrimental effects. And I don't know how legal it all is. So when you say you have the Constitution that protects you, we have the Crown and the High Court, but they only do things when it's brought to them. And so far, most of the victories have been in the favor of the government with the High Court. And I wonder if that's because it is probably actually against the law what they're doing, but no High Court judge wants to put that into the public sphere, because obviously they know that High Court will be blamed for the decision, even if it is just in the law. I mean, even the former High Court Justice, Lord Jonathan Sumption, even he said the lockdown may well be against the law. So if it wasn't, he would have just simply said, no, it's not against the law. So I just think it never got anywhere because no one was going to be brave enough to say, yes, this is against the law. The government can't do this anymore.
Exactly. I think you see a similar thing with the elections in America. I think there are so many people who, if they're not actively on the take, if they're not actively compromised, they're just terrified of the enormity of the claim that they'll be opening Pandora's box to say, well, the election wasn't on the up and up.
Yeah, I mean, well, fear is a very good manipulator. I mean, people have manipulated to staying in their homes out of fear, whether it's fear of capturing a virus that might kill them or fear of being fined and being caught by the government for, doing what we should be able to do. Fear is a very good mechanism. And one of the best fears is fear of the mob, right? And it's been the case forever because the government has to do things within the confines of the law, right? And if they change it, it's still got to be it's got to be humane, right? The mob can do whatever it likes, and there's nothing worse than an angry mob, So if you're the judge who decides, oh, actually the election has been rigged, there's going to be huge backlash against you, and you think, well, actually, if we can try to nip this one in the bud early, then we will. And the court system in England, I think the government was protected by the sloppiness of the court system in this country because some of their judicial reviews were too late to actually be effective, even if there was a successful hearing on behalf of the people who sued the government or took the government to court. So there are extra things going on there that you can't put down to malicious reasons. It's just the way that things are.
That reminds me a lot of America. It's like, well, we can't issue a judicial review until the certification of the election is a done deal. But at which point it becomes, then they said, well, now it's too late because the election is a done deal.
It's already been done. Yeah,
the catch-22.
And you can't. By that point, you have to weigh up: do we go chasing for financial reparations to that or something? You think, well, that's probably not worth the bother. I would always say it's always worth the bother. Everyone should sue people a lot more, but
there was interesting. There was I didn't really follow up on it, but there was a group of lawyers who were actually issuing civil cases against the manufacturer of polling machines. And so, they said there's actually great precedence about public, private companies that are working in a public function, and they are responsible entirely as governmental. Again, my vocabulary's failing me again. As state actors, basically. And so, there were great precedents on it. It's very interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what the equivalent would be for us. I don't know, but we had the scandal with Matt Hancock not filing his paperwork right. Our health minister, previous health minister, not filing paperwork right, and that was quite severe in terms of a judicial perspective because it has to follow the process, but didn't really go anywhere. Because it's not in the public interest, even though I would consider that to be in the public interest. Anything that our politicians do now should be considered what they're doing. Yes. There's another example of kind of an attempt at taking control, and I can't remember what it is that's happening right now. It's obviously so important that I forgot. Mandatory vaccinations is the obvious major problem. There was something else. I can't remember what it was now. Yeah, but it's finally happening now. you know, that ghetto and Gulag thing that I mentioned.
Mhm.
And I did say I thought COVID might well be the thing, and I said it in jest to myself, and I hoped it never would be. I hope that I was always going to be wrong.
Yeah.
Right. And I think I said this to you multiple times. I hope I'm wrong and it is just going to be what it is, you know, but it turns out it's not. And as we get closer and closer to getting away, lowering these numbers, even if I granted that the virus was as dangerous as they pretend that it is, we're nowhere near where we were. But why are we now going to start doing this COVID passport thing in September? Well, we don't need it now when the numbers are spiking. If the numbers are going up now, you need to act now, not in 2 months' time.
Yeah.
It doesn't. None of this makes any sense. Like at all any sense. You know. So that's that's just my take on it.
Yeah, well, we did have emergency powers. Again, it's something I can't remember, but the left, who were spent 4 years crying that Trump was Hitler, were now blaming him for not enacting a wartime powers. I think to do a nationwide lockdown, because the lockdowns were decided on a state-by-state basis. But they were saying Trump, Cheeto Hitler should assume wartime powers to protect us from this virus with a 99.8, 98 survivability rate. So yeah, very strange.
It's so. I mean, on that kind of since you mentioned the aforementioned bad guy, it's so weird because Britain especially paid its dues. Dues, not Jews. I don't know why I said it like that. It paid its dues with World War I and World War II, mostly specifically World War II, to the point that we would never allow ourselves to become like Hitler, right? And it wasn't just Hitler. You know, you had Mussolini as well, and you had the rise of communism, well, everywhere in Europe. And we've always been able to, you know, when the Ottoman Empire was trying to defeat us, we defeated that in exactly the same kind of capacity. We have always, in England and Britain and the UK, fought back against tyranny.
Yes.
But for some reason, we've decided now that we're not only not going to fight against tyranny, we're going to actively desire it as an income, as an achievement. That's something we want to actually happen. I don't understand why. I mean, we went to war for this. Lots of people died for this, and we just no, we're not going to do that anymore. We're just going to completely unravel everything that we've done. You know, liberty was achieved. It wasn't a gift.
Yes.
You know, by the state. It was something that we achieved, and our government put us through that to be in a position to never allow that to happen. And now they're the ones doing it.
Well, because instead of having a man with who models his appearance after Charlie Chaplin, ranting very flagrantly at a podium, you just have this kind of soft bureaucracy that's assuring you that has your own best interest at heart. That again, this is the point that I was going to say at the beginning of the show of where the culture war dovetails into all this political business. And it's a point I make again and again and again. I'm sure I'm really boring, but I think it's a really super point. I think it's a swell point, so I'm going to make it again. But yeah, so if the government says you don't have the right to free speech, you don't have the right to dissent, people have a sort of innate rebelliousness. This is what you were talking about before. They'll say, screw you, I won't do what you tell me. And so the way you work around that is that the state and its sort of propagandists in the media will say, you don't have the right to free speech, but you're not doing it for our sake. You're doing it for the sake of this oppressed minority over here. So it becomes, check your white privilege. You're speaking from a position of privilege. Check yourself. Oh, well, geez, I don't want to step on the toes of oppressed minority. So yeah, I will sort of defer my right to free speech in this instance. Well, now you've been conditioned. You've been conditioned to defer your right to free speech. That now the government can seize upon that, now that the public has already been conditioned to defer their right to free speech. So one really goes into the other as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, well, they've shifted. They've successfully done what they always wanted to do. They've shifted our thought process from individual.
I'm sorry, just I waited until you speak and I cut you off. But yes, the virus is another thing where promoting disinformation is a public health threat. So yeah, you don't have the right to free speech because that imperils grandma. So I don't want to hurt grandma. So sure, this is a good thing that you're censoring free speech. But yeah, it's basically the same thing in two different guises.
The parallels that I drew to the sci-fi analogies, the Star Wars thing, it becomes more and more evidently true when
the prequels.
Palpatine,
the prequels.
Yes, the prequels, episodes 1, 2, and 3. When Palpatine says, "I will form the first galactic empire," everybody in the house cheers. They welcomed Palpatine as the emperor. They welcomed tyrannical and individual control, and they clapped. The people clapped. There were some who didn't, admittedly, but yeah, most of them clapped and thought, this is how it works. And that was a democratic process. And what Palpatine did in the expanded universe of Star Wars is he turned the people against the Jedi. And kind of Mace Windu was the key to this, because the fight between the two of them went kind of not the way that Palpatine was hoping it would go. He used the fact that his face was like deformed at this point as justification for it. The attempt on my life has left me scarred and deformed. Well, there's the equivalent of all of these ministers getting COVID. We've had this. We are just like you. I've had it. He's had it. We've all had it. It's an awful, awful disease. And they use that as justification. And everyone thinks that they're amazing for it. And the more the government tries to remove our rights, the more and more people clap for it.
Yes.
I hear that, what we say, and I think, well, is it true? And I have to say it is. Online, it's true, at least anyway. No one's attacked me yet for not wearing a mask. But there is a general, whenever I go to the shop and the local supermarket, I always find that when I try to get to the cashier to pay for things, their attitude shifts if I'm not wearing a mask to the people who came before me who were wearing a mask. But that might just be my paranoia.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's the insidious nature of censorship, is that it eventually becomes self-censorship. Just look at all the people on YouTube who want to talk about current events, but knowingly sidestep or use euphemisms or something. I know I'm censoring myself all the time. It's really insane. Not so much anymore. You'll notice I'm a little more freely spoken nowadays. And I was talking to Felina about this earlier today. I think a lot of people 6 months ago were very scared, and I think maybe an objective, rational analysis might determine that the threats are still there. But I think people are like, no, we've had enough. You can't censor us all. You can't arrest us all. And if we pipe down, if we're quiet, then we're helping to normalize this. And
yeah,
I mean, like I said before, with the thing with the club that had locations in New York City and Nashville and Texas, it's like, yeah, just don't give them what they want, and eventually they'll have to yield.
Well, I you know how much I love my film references. I think this
sci-fi, yes.
this is how the rebellion started with the Hunger Games, right? Because there's a scene in the film with the Hunger Games, which I don't know if it's I haven't read the books, but I don't know if it's a planned thing for a reason. But in the films, the people from one of the districts blow up the dam. I think District 2 blow up the dam for the city's power generator, which in turn shuts down the power so they can get in and save the tributes that they want to get out. But those people are running towards gunfire, right? Singing a song or whatever, and they're dying. These people are dying, right? And there's no fear anymore. You can't govern with fear forever. It doesn't have a long-term use.
Yes.
You know, it does in the short term, but eventually people will eventually start turning around and saying, "What are we so scared of? We're not dying. We haven't died. You know, we're being held down by this." I don't want to say oppression because I don't like saying that word unless it's true, but we're being held down by these mini measures for absolutely no reason.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I think at the moment people are somewhat reluctant to kind of stand against it out of fear of being called a conspiracist. Because once you call someone a conspiracist, like I said, it's very difficult to drag yourself out of that hole. You know, and that's because people don't publicly know the difference between conspiracist and, well, scientist. You know, I mean, a conspiracist is someone who will ignore alternative evidences to the point that they want to believe. It's effectively a confirmation bias exercise. You could have somebody who has a hypothesis about something and not be a conspiracist. They will pretend as though a conspiracist is someone who believes something without evidence, and that's not true. Conspiracists believe things with evidence, but only the correct evidence.
Yes.
It doesn't work the way.
Conspiracies happen, and it's therefore it's occasionally correct to theorize about them. Peace makes a great comment here. He says, "A demagogue no longer feared by his subjects ain't going to be a demagogue much longer. Benito Mussolini, Nicolae Ceausescu. It's a story that's played out many, many times." Yes.
Yeah. There's a quote, and I can't remember where it came from. It was a government.
I'm going to have to just go to the little boy's room, but please continue talking.
That's fine. I don't remember the quote anyway. I always butcher these things anyway. It was something along the lines of the government shouldn't fear, people shouldn't fear its government. The government should fear its people. And realistically, when, like I said, there was a long string of occurrences that happened for Parliament to reach the position it's in now. But the Parliament was never there originally to decide what people were and weren't allowed to do. It was designed to monitor taxes effectively, so that there was a fair system in doing so, and you know, greedy taxmen didn't take too much money from poor people, which would have been on behalf of the king. So that's that. I have no idea what I'm supposed to say now, but yeah. We'll just sit here in silence. I'll look at the chat because I haven't been keeping an eye on it because it's like I say, I'm using a phone. So if there's anyone got anything, I'll see what's being said. I did notice someone commented earlier on saying shit rolls downhill. I think that's true. Oh, here we go. Science these days have gone biased. Science used to have an open mind, but that's too constrictive and rigid in their cosmologies, in my opinion. That one could very easily segue us away from this and into religion, but I think you're absolutely right. You have to look who's signing the check, I think, with these scientists. And one of the things that you notice now is, like I said, these scientists who are pushing restrictions are evidently loving the power that they have. That's just obvious, you know. And the scientific method has been completely bastardized now. It's like I said, you had this you would normally have a hypothesis, which is usually something that you have very little evidence for, actually. You have an idea, you think, well, let's find out if masks are going to work. There's some logic there. There's no evidence, but there's logic behind mask wearing. Yeah. So we're going to give this a go. Our government should have noticed by Christmas the masks weren't doing anything and eliminated it. So either A, they use the masks for, and they must know this, either A, they use the masks as a symbol of conformity, or they use them as a placebo. And or both. It may well could have been both. I don't know. Like I said, I can't work out the theory behind why they do it. I can just see what they're actually doing and whether or not it works.
Yeah, it's very ironic. I mean, that goes back to the deflating atheism. Is that you had these science popularizers like Neil deGrasse Tyson and Lawrence Krauss, who said, "Oh well, we want to get politics out of science. You guys are doing the most to put politics in science." And you could look at it, just looking at Bill Nye's show. He wasn't talking about whatever the speed of light, the Michelson-Morley experiments or anything. He was always talking about something that was political, where science intersects policy. So it's always political. And now these people are like, it's like, well, we need to get politics out of something like global, climate change or whatever. Now, those are the same people who are telling us that a condo complex collapsed because of climate change. Okay, and we're telling us that BLM protests stop the spread of COVID, but people who wanted their businesses reopened promoted COVID. So yeah, it's completely politicized, and it's because it happened because scientism, basically science worship became its own religion, and you have this priest class. Basically, I noticed it during the salad days of new atheism. You have guys like Lawrence Krauss, nerds who would have been neglected, who are now soaking up all the attention that they're getting, and they're going to try to milk every single second of it and try to get some of their co-eds into the hot tub with them. And I will never forgive BuzzFeed for putting that mental image in my head.
Yes, this one hasn't mentioned before.
I mean, the drain with his body hair. Yeah, I don't appreciate
it. We could certainly move, if you liked, away from COVID. It wasn't as
I don't have a problem with it, but yeah, that was not our agenda starting this.
No, it wasn't. I mean, but we could always move if you like. So I'm just trying to get my camera to work on my laptop while we do this, in case, so I can transfer from my phone. But we could always, if you liked, go into atheism.
Well, there was something I wanted to say. So I'm going to hold everything up while I think of. Yeah, science has a history. Peace says science has a history being politicized, weaponized. One of the most hideous examples. There's a whole bunch of words there I'm not going to say. But yeah, so brilliant comment as always. Well, the bad guy with a mustache, quite honestly, was in large part inspired by a lot of progressive policies in the United States. I mean, eugenics was very popular in the United States in the early part of the 20th century. It happens.
It was popular in Britain as well as a discussion point.
Yes.
Well, we covered this our last personal conversation that wasn't streamed, and we mentioned the great error that's being committed by pushing like a secular almost utopian scientism.
Yes.
Where you can, if you can render like faith in religion to a kind of evolutionary trigger to keep you alive or whatever. First of all, it doesn't produce the correct results, by the way, because if the atheists are to be believed, there's always a study that says atheists are happier than religious people. That's not true, obviously.
Yeah.
But like, it doesn't produce the results for a start. But once you can render that, once you can decide actually even religion is explicable by science, then you can say that anything can be manipulated in a system where we can use science to do so. And we said this before about you can very easily use like an IQ metric for working out who is more deserved of rights and privileges than those who are not. And if you turned and said, well, religious people are stupid because they still believe in this magical sky fairy or whatever, using faith, because they decided what faith was, even though we've been using it forever in a completely different context, in a completely different way, then they get to decide how stupid those people are, right? And there's always a study, atheists have higher IQs than religious people, right? They actually don't. What you'll find is if you take the atheists tend to be slightly above the median or the mean, whatever the average, whereas religious people tend to be dotted either side of it, but by dramatic quantity. So there's more people on the bottom than there are on the top, but you find that the higher up the IQ you go, you find that those people are actually more religious in some capacity.
Well, you find out with male versus female too.
Yes, you do.
The standard deviation for the bell curve of women is much more congregated in the middle, whereas men, which is why we have the luck on being homeless. Basically, serial killers, homeless. It's us. We
Yeah, well, it's one of those things where you say, if you start talking like this, they always jump to genocide. It's never like this is just a piece of data. It's always like, oh, what does that mean? That means you're trying to say that women are stupid and you want to murder everyone. You're like, that's not what we're saying.
Yeah.
It's just, and when and to go back to atheists, there's a genuine, I think, fear whipped up by social media, the Four Horsemen, and other icons, let's say, in society, where they've whipped atheists into believing that if religious people can continue to be religious, that's a danger to, like, it really, like our society. And they will say this. They will say, that it's dangerous. I really love to know how they think that. Like I don't get it. Like, what's the justification for it?
Well, that was New Atheism. That was sort of the charter proposition for New Atheism. If you watch Religulous by Bill Maher, Bill Maher is another one of those guys where I think maybe I'm a little warmer to someone like him, and I think he would be a little warmer to someone like me nowadays. I say that very cautiously, of course, but yeah. So Bill Maher made this documentary in sort of in the post 9/11 era, where the last, basically the ending statement of this document, of course, he would go and quiz people, go on the street and quiz people about their belief in God. Oh, look at how stupid these people are. It's basically like the jaywalking thing, where they go out and ask people, who was the first president of America, and they can't answer the question. So it's like, look at how stupid these people are. So at the end, he makes the most patronizing, comment possible. It's like, look, religious people, I know that your belief in an afterlife gives you so much comfort, but if people are allowed to believe in God, we'll have people flying planes into buildings. Just for the sake of the public good, put your own personal religious comforts on the side. Embrace science and rationality, so your children won't become infected by the God virus, and then hijack an airplane and fly into a building. Curiously, this is an interesting thing. That's not the first instance of people flying planes into buildings. A man in Texas actually hijacked a plane and flew it into the IRS building. His motivations were not religious. You know what the IRS is, right? The Internal
Yes,
Revenue.
I know. Yeah. I mean, it's usual. It's typical. It's well within the vein of everybody with every problem. Their primary function, their primary ick, is with religion. Okay, it's not with what religion does. It's not with the bad stuff in religion. Because if you were going to do that, you would perform a cross-benefit analysis of the good that religion has done. They never do this. They never do this. And when they're approached by other people who say, "What about the good that religion has done?" they will do the Dillahunty dodge and say, well, that doesn't mean that it's true. That doesn't mean that God is real.
Well, there's also the dodge that no, they weren't doing that because of religion, but whenever anybody does anything bad, it is because of religion. There's that too.
Yeah, it's brilliant, isn't it? They have this. They want this cake and eat it. Where if you're a moral person and you're a Christian, then your morals are nothing more than a projection onto the Bible and nothing to do with God. But if you're a bad person, and that has everything to do with your religion. However, if you're an atheist and you do good, that's you in the projection of your own personal morals. But if you do bad, that's got nothing to do with you not believing in God. But if you're a good atheist and you do good things, you're doing it in spite of God's existence.
For the right reason. You're doing it for the right reason, yes.
Yeah, I mean, I love this. Well, I don't know about you. My old friend said this to me once. I don't know about you, but I don't need a God to do good. Hey, well, neither do I. But that doesn't attest to the Vikings in the 5th century or whatever that were convinced with gold to not murder French priests or whatever it was. They act as if they are the avatar of moral purity, and if they'd have existed in any other time in history, they wouldn't have killed people. They wouldn't have done things. Because don't forget, these people are always moral relativists, right? And you're like, well, there was a point in time where slavery was fine.
There's a great quote. I've never been able to find the original quote. It may have been Thomas Sowell or someone like that. But he says a liberal is a person who thinks that their eagerness to adopt the intellectual fashions of their day would have translated into an eagerness to reject the intellectual fashions of previous eras. I'm sorry, that sounds really complicated. But yeah, they think, oh, well, I'm going to hop onto this thing. Well, obviously, a woman has a right to choose. That's self-evident, and so they do that. Whereas they flatter themselves in their imagination that in a previous era, they would have been taking these unpopular and controversial stances, when in fact they would probably be doing exactly what they're doing in the present day. By the way, I remembered what I was going to say when I went to the bathroom.
Would you like to say it?
Okay, it goes like this. No, it all comes flooding out. So yeah, oh geez, I get in trouble when I do this. But yeah, so my whole family kind of congregated here in North Carolina 2 weeks ago. And so I saw, my sisters who live in much more liberal urban parts of the country. And so we got along, but we have a family friend who lives in town. I just haven't seen him much, in the past 10 years. So yeah, so he can, we'll all meet at Starbucks. And he never bothered getting in contact with me during those 10 years, but we'll all meet so he could see my sisters. So yeah, we sat down, and I guess I guess there were whispers rumored about me. There were rumors whispered about me. And he says, "Well, you're not going to say anything about the election being stolen." I said, "Well, because my hands were tied." He said, he said, "We don't want to hear it. I know you're probably like QAnon. You're probably like Alex Jones." And he was being very insulting and dismissive to me. And that was like almost the first thing he said. And it's like these people don't even realize how first off, I'm much more aware of the world than he is. He's not even on the internet, but it's like that they start out with that, they lead out with that, and they don't even realize how insulting and belittling they're being, and it really made me angrier and angrier. It's one of those things I replayed in my head. It's like, oh well, I should have said this, I should have said that. But yeah, I mean, it was just an attack from a friend for no reason at all, when he knew my hands were tied, because he knew both my sisters are completely different than me, but we have to get along for the sake of getting along, So yeah, that really bugged me, and so we talked on the phone. And it just all came out at once. But yes. Whereas they're the ones who believe the conspiracy theories. They believe that Trump colluded with Russia to buy Facebook ads, and Trump, did quid pro quo with the Ukrainian president. They believed all these ridiculous conspiracy theories for 4.5 years. But we don't get to call them conspiracy theorists. But they get to mock us and belittle us. Yes.
It's so odd, because almost everything fits into the same bracket. We don't get to call them racist when they're being racist, but they get to call us racist for not being racist. We don't get to call them conspiracists when they believe in conspiracies, but they get to call us conspiracists when we have a deep reservation about something.
Or when the conspiracy bears the imprimatur of the political establishment. Yes.
Yeah. And it's so much of it is so pernicious, and it kind of prompts whenever I have these conversations, and they kind of tire me, because you repeat yourself so much, and I just think, well, what do? What are we gonna do about it? And my I don't know if this is because I've just gotten a bit older now. When I first started this stuff, I was 26, 27, now I'm 31. So the priority shift, I kind of just think, just say no. I know it sounds hard because things are still changing, but like, in the end, you can only be accountable for yourself.
Mm-hmm.
And if you don't do it, then they can't force you to do it. And if they do, then that just shows them for what they are. It's like the vaccination thing now. You won't force me to have a vaccination for anything. And if I'm ever in a position, or find myself in a position where I have to do it, someone's getting sued, because I'm happy to let the law decide whether or not a mandatory vaccination, which we went to war for, and other things, is legal, when I'm quite convinced that it's not. So. Yeah.
I'm sorry. You want to hopscotch back to atheism?
No, I don't mind. I could talk about it all day anyway, because what I think about atheists. But I like I said, it wasn't my intention to really kind of have a big thing about the COVID anyway. I just like, it's interesting to see that we were both in the same position, with the details might be different, but realistically, it's happening here and it's happening there by the sounds of it.
Yeah, something I want to note about my experience, the one experience I had in the last month, is that the implication of what he said is that I was cocooned in an echo chamber, and that I go with my QAnon and with Alex Jones, which is of course not true. But yeah, and that accusation, it goes back to the racists accuse you of race, the conspiracy theorists accuse you of being conspiracy theorists. The people who are in the most insular bubbles, the people who are in the most insular echo chambers, will accuse you of being echo chambers. We can't help but be exposed to the narrative coming from the cathedral. We're forced to hear that in some form or another, even if it's just, passing someone on the street or something, or being at our mom's house and seeing the TV. We get that one way or another. It's been proven that conservatives get 1/3 of their information from liberal sources. Liberals get 0% of their information from conservative sources. So we have a big part of the population who are completely cocooned in this kind of mono narrative, and they're also sort of inculcated into this belief to dismiss anything contrary to the mono narrative as a wingnut conspiracy theory.
So I'm just checking to. No, I agree with everything I agree with everything you said.
You can't do that. Did you ever see the Freedom Tunes? I think I talked about the Freedom Tunes that has Dave.
You've talked about the Freedom Tunes before.
Yeah. I like Dave Rubin, so I don't think that's fair, but it is funny.
I don't. I always felt a bit. I always wondered what his thing was, Dave Rubin. I always was like, what's his thing? What's he peddling? What's his book called? I never quite got Dave Rubin. At least with like Jordan Peterson, what his thing, like he's the meaning guy. Okay, fair enough. Then you've got Ben Shapiro. He's the angry guy who's really short. Yeah, okay, we've got that with you.
Who talks really fast.
He talks really fast, and he knows the nice words and things. But with Dave Rubin, you always like, so he's the left-wing guy who's no longer left-wing, but also left-wing and a little bit money-orientated. I don't know. It never worked for me, Rubin.
He's a good gateway drug. I mean, I think he serves a very valuable function, and a lot of people are very dismissive of him because he's not, a great intellectual. Well, most people aren't great intellectuals. I mean, that you can't count that against him. He's a stand-up comedian. He's very personable. He has a likability factor. He has a way of expressing things so that they seem commonsensical. Whereas Jordan Peterson says commonsensical things and they seem like esoteric wisdom. But I think he serves a very valuable function. And what I was going to say, by the way, notice how you're mirroring me, because I have you in my thrall. I scratch my head and you scratch your head. But yes, the thing I was going to say is there are a few flavors of liberalism, and I think we've been talking in broad strokes, and I think we need to sort of revisit about this, because there are a few flavors of atheism, of liberalism, and the coalition is fracturing in sort of predictable ways, but sort of unpredictable ways too. And the coalition never made sense to begin with. You can't have Teamsters and hard hats next to green-haired lesbians and people whose greatest offense are their pronouns. It doesn't make any sense to have these people shoved into the same corner. So what I notice a lot is a lot of American leftists, and I'll say leftists, are very sort of disenfranchised. Some of them have woken up to the fact that all this Russiagate business was BS. They don't appreciate the fact that this has monopolized a lot of their favorite sort of media outlets, whether it's Democracy Now! With Amy Goodman, and you have the Young Turks, you have what's his face, who's the guy who's been battling it out with the Young Turks? He used to be a Young Turk.
I only know the one guy, but that's not going to be him.
Okay, well, Dave Rubin, someone.
Cenk Uygur.
Yeah, well, no, it's Cenk and Anna Kasparian, and they're in the bunker because they're the only ones left in the bunker nowadays. For some reason, in my imagination, they're literally in like an underground concrete bunker because you just see their attitude. It's the world against them at this point, and like basically everyone. No, God, I can't remember the guy's name, but yes. So there are guys who are leftists, and they go to bat for such homely policy positions as like universal health care, which isn't very sexy. It's not, well, you're battling 80 million white supremacists, and it's not, well, the president is in cahoots with Russia to overthrow democracy or whatever. It's these very sort of homely policy positions, like, yeah, I think there should be universal health care. I don't think you're evil or insane for saying that. I think you're misguided, but hey, we could talk about that. If you believe that there are 80 million white supremacists and that we need an extended campaign of surveillance and censorship, you're a wingnut. You're no longer a liberal. But that goes to my point, is that there are a few flavors. There are a lot of people who don't appreciate the fact they've been lied to, and yes, they realize they've been lied to about this Russia business, that it's monopolized left-wing media for 4 years, that the Democrats have during that 4 years have done jack shit to do anything but try to hogtie Trump. They haven't, for all the demographics they claim to represent, poor people, racial minorities, trans people, whatever. They've done jack shit. It's all been Trump, 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 Trump. We have to suppress the orange menace. There are some reasonable leftists who are very, very disenfranchised at this point. As far as COVID, I noticed something very interesting happening. I don't know if, sort of on the West Coast, we have all the sort of naturopaths, all the sort of, holistic living people. And a lot of those, they would be described as liberal in the previous age. So many of those people ended up getting red pilled as soon as the medical tyranny started bearing its fangs. A lot of those people ended up in our coalition. I wonder if you've noticed something similar to that.
I was thinking about this the other day, and I wondered how many. The answer was no, in brief, but I was wondering where they were, because it makes sense to me that there would be left-wing people who were so opposed to governmental tyranny, which is why they were left-wing, that should be on the streets now protesting. Yes. But they're just not there, which I find so weird because, like I've said before, 2 years ago, if you'd have approached any of these people and said, in 2 years, a right-wing government will put you under house arrest and force you to have a medical intervention, they would say, no, not me, I'll be on the streets protesting. But I don't see them. I do think more and more people who were pro-restriction have flipped. I think people who were anti-restriction flipped in and out, and now they're back on the side of anti. But I think people who were pro-restriction the first time and the second time are significantly less in doing so. The protests that continuously happen almost every weekend now in London, which you don't hear about, by the way, at all, are getting more and more people attending them. And what I can see now is a lot of people saying, yes, people should get the vaccination. However, it should be personal choice. I do see that a lot. So I wonder if the crunch was necessary, if you would get a lot more people who were a little bit more left-leaning, deciding, you know what, it's about time that we, we united against the common enemy, not to catastrophize anything, but I think that's the best way to describe it, where they kind of put the difference aside and go, all right, we'll go back to arguing about pronouns later down the line or something. But for now, we really need to deal with this problem because it is a problem, and no one's talking about why it's a problem. I hear these arguments that are being put forward, and they always center around the science behind it, which is fine, but it's not being backed by science. So you can't defeat it with science. It's being backed by emotion and fear, right? So you have to defeat that with just plain logic. And I can't. It's so obvious that mandatory vaccinations are wrong that it's really difficult to try to defend your own position, to convince someone why it's wrong. And I've tried, and I can't do it. People will say, well, why not? And you go, well, why? What do you mean, why not? Like, why do you think it is a good idea? It baffles me. I can't get my head around it.
You can battle it on scientific grounds. Say, is the chance okay? So the whole issue with herd immunity, I think for most diseases, herd immunity is like 1/3 of people have a naturally acquired immunity to a disease. That's for some reason we've decided that 100% of people need.
They were saying 65% last year, and then they were saying 85% last year, and we haven't reached either of those numbers actually.
Yeah.
Which is convenient, isn't it? Because it will always change.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing of mandatory vaccination. It's 100%. You want 100% of adults to have this immunity. Now, just asking them, is there a non-zero chance that there is something wrong with these vaccines? Well, of course, we know from experience, from ample, from ample historical evidence. Yeah, a lot of times there's something wrong with a drug that only manifests itself, months or years or decades later. Well, now you've injected this into 100% of the adult population. Now you're in a pickle. So, you can say, oh, well, this is established science. First off, it hasn't done the FDA approval process. Secondly, there was a time when DDT was approved science. There were people saying, trust the science. DDT is completely acceptable. And then we had all those horrific birth effects. So, yeah, it's just that's how I would go about it. Just say, is there a non-zero chance that there's something wrong with these drugs? And just say, well, then. Well, why do you think it should be mandatory then?
Yeah, well, I said to a friend of mine who won't have it, or was thinking about having it, and I said, I'm not going to tell you whether you should get it or you shouldn't, right? But the metric that everybody should be using if they're young isn't, should I do this for freedom? And should I do this to protect somebody else? That's their responsibility. It's whether or not you think getting a virus that you might not get and you might not die of is worth your concern over injecting something into your body that might kill you, right? The chance of the vaccination killing you is less than dying of coronavirus, numerically speaking. However, I might not get coronavirus.
Yeah.
So would I do something voluntarily that might have an adverse reaction over contracting something that might not kill me, which I might not even contract? So that's the kind of way to look at it. Now, naturally, there are flaws in that, is an argument, but that's the process, in my opinion. And they use this term vaccine hesitancy. Now, they always use this term vaccine hesitancy, but then always talk about anti-vaxxers, because it's not anti-vaxxers and people who are hesitant to get this particular vaccine aren't the same thing. It hasn't been approved. There have been adverse reactions to it. There have been severe blood clot problems. There have been severe reactions to it, and then people have been fine. And all of this in the aim of stopping young people now from getting a virus that just simply won't kill them. So that's the vaccine hesitancy. Also, if I this is a stolen example. I think it's very good though. If I was a car showroom operator and you came in to buy a car, and I said, "Oh, buy this car," and you said, "Oh, well, I'm thinking of buying the other car." So no, you need, this is the car that you want, and I'm really pushing this car. Your first question will be, what's wrong with that car?
Yeah.
Right? If this car is good enough, I should want to have this car. If the vaccine is effective enough, I should want to have the vaccine. And by the way, the vaccine is effective enough, and people do want to have it. So it doesn't make any sense, practically speaking, to force people to have it. Because, like I said, when you force people, they just go the opposite way. So the vaccination hesitancy isn't coming from the individual; it's coming from the fact that you're pushing this vaccination on them. Yes. Why would you push something on someone that they should want to have? It just doesn't make any sense. They're acting as though we're children about to touch the electric fence. Don't touch that; it'll electrocute you, right? Well, I want to touch it, so I touch it, and I get electrocuted, and then I'm not going to touch it again, right? They're acting as though that was the reaction. But like we're gonna, if we don't take the vaccination now out of fear, then we'll get COVID and die, and that's a big problem for the government, But they won't allow us to make our own decision, even though they say they're going to allow us to make our own decision about our own health. Maybe I don't really care about living, or maybe I'm scared of needles and I might die.
Yeah.
And there's a legitimate fear, because I might die. That none of those reasons are applicable to me. I am scared of needles because I'm a human being, and everybody is scared of needles. People who aren't scared of needles are psychopaths. I am scared of needles, but that wouldn't stop me from getting the vaccination. I am waiting for another HPV vaccination. I believe in vaccinations. I believe that we should be following the science. And to throw this one in there, like I've already said to you before, it's there in the Bible, right? To follow the medicine, do what you're told by doctors, and they're put there by God. Like, I don't know how else. People blame, they go, it's religion. It's nothing to do with religion. The most anti-vaxxers are actually mothers, atheist women, right? Not that all mothers are atheist women, but they are women, and they are atheists, and they are mothers. Right? They are the big, single-handedly the biggest anti-vaxxer group. Yeah. Right? And it's I forgot what I was going to say.
Well, that's what I was saying before. Back in before COVID, it's that they always said the most anti-vaxxer place of the entire country isn't in Alabama or something. It's out in super progressive California, where people can afford their own doctors. It's like, well, if your doctor is saying something you don't like, you just shop around for another doctor. Well, most people don't have that luxury. But yeah.
We have a very swift decision to make. My phone, even though it is on charge, is not upholding its battery very well. It is slowly, even now, going down. So I can transfer onto my laptop, but you won't be able to see me. But I will hopefully be able to talk.
That's fine. We could do that. We could do that. That's why you see a photo of yourself as your.
Yeah, that's still out of my technological capabilities. I will have a little. I will go for a little wee, and then I will transfer to my laptop.
Okay.
I will see you shortly.
See ya. So yeah, you get to see my apartment. I'm sorry, I got backlogged with the comments here. Again, thank you so much, Agarotosinosis. You're very kind. Atheism has a consciousness flaw. So too has transhumanism. They have to accept that there is something deeper to consciousness called the soul. yeah, they can't weasel their way out of the hard problem of consciousness. Yep, the lack of super intelligent AI is proof. Well, they keep saying, self-aware AI is just around the corner. They've been saying that for decades. There are quite a few protests in Europe about lockdowns. Yes, people are rioting on the streets in France, and I think it's going to be worse in America because we have tens of millions of people who don't recognize Joe Biden as a legitimate president. So yeah, I would imagine if they tried to do the same thing here, the results would be even more chaotic. Tangelo Grasso says, "Why is it fabulous to be an agnostic? Willful ignorance is not fabulous. It's sad." Fabulous agnostic is an agnostic with a difference, and it's not just that he's fabulous. I kind of wish he would change his name, but he's an agnostic who grants a lot to the Christian worldview. Why do you use sunglasses? Because my eyes are red because I didn't get a good night's sleep. And I have to take them off to read the comments. Charlie Kirk is debating Val Shun. I cannot remember the name of that guy. Is there honest media for laymen? It's independent media as far as I'm concerned. Tucker Carlson is good occasionally, sometimes, if he's not completely scared, as I think he was in January. Hello, it's Fabulous Agnostic in faceless orb form. Yes,
it's so strange doing this.
Actually, now talk about AI. Now you look like Hal.
I was just thinking. I wonder if the COVID thing might be over now. And I don't know if you've ever done this before, but would you like to do an AMA? Given that you've got way more comments than normal here.
Oh, sure.
Well, I guess we have to let everyone else drive this one. So let's do an AMA. Ask us anything, and we'll answer in our own terms. Then that way we know which way you want the conversation to go. I haven't said anything profound yet. And if I don't say something profound, then no one will ever believe that I ever had a brain.
Well, you'll know when Fabulous has said something profound is that I will be jettisoned backwards into my record collection. So a person didn't like your name. So
my name?
Yes. I said I kind of wish you change it, but.
Oh, upon my return to the AI version of me.
Yeah. Well, no, he said Fabulous Agnostic. I said, well, I'm not a big fan of the Fabulous Agnostic name, but
what's wrong with it? Which bit don't you like?
Well, you'd have to ask him. That could be part of the AMA. But yeah, I think it has a whiff of the fedora. By the way, okay, so let me explain this. Fabulous Agnostic is a agnostic who grants a lot to monotheism and to Christianity in particular, who believes that an intelligent creator and designer of the universe is the rational position. Is it fair to say that? I
think it's the perfect way to say that, yeah.
Okay. So you're not what many people would think of as being an agnostic in most of the cases.
No, the thing is, I hold true to. I mean, at first I'll clarify the term fabulous agnostic is supposed to sound very Fedora-y because it was designed to parody the system of naming mechanisms which the atheist folks like to do.
Yeah, the refrigerator magnet system.
Yeah. So that's why I did it, but it kind of made sense. The fabulous I should hope that is an obvious, conclusion. But the agnostic was, at the time, I was an atheist, but I also hated the atheism stuff, and I wasn't convinced by atheism, but I also wasn't equally convinced by theism either. That's why I come up with that name. It did change. I was a theist after that. Then I went back to just being an agnostic. And what you've just said there is the best way of describing it. I could say maybe at a push Christian deist, but that's like, how many times are we going to have to be like a nondescriptive, edgy, like, oh, I'm a Christian deist? Well, what does that mean? What does that look like? So I do think that I think deism is a far better defensible position, religiously speaking, than theism. But I don't know. I appreciate the arguments from a personal monotheistic God, and I see the evidence for that, and I value the evidence for that, which is why I have to concede to agnosticism, and I hold myself to a true definition. I do not know. That's
in the genuine and honest sense. Not the phony baloney, sort of feigning indecision, whereas you actually have very, very strongly held beliefs concerning the irrationality of theism.
Yeah, 100%. I equally have very strong held beliefs of the rationality of atheism.
Yes.
I completely sympathize and empathize with the arguments, from the rationality of theism, but I have very little time for the rationality of atheism. It seems so much more incoherent to me. If all people was just atheists, if all people were just classical atheists, I just don't believe in God, that's fine by me. But they don't act like that. They don't act like that's all it was. They put this first and foremost behind their own worldview, and it's the vegan atheists, it's the moral relativist atheists, it's the atheists who have anything to say about anything and make any moral statement. It's like, well, where are you plucking this out of? I mean, I've always made the distinction between like apologetics and theology, right? Because apologetics, and this might be a somewhat debate. I know we've had a little discussion about this before. Apologetics starts with the assumption that God is real, and that there is a reasonable nature and rationality to the argument that God is real. Theology is the concludes that God is real. So it's more of a theological attempt than it is a kind of, I'm not trying to assume that God is real. I always like the quotation that I thought about a while back. I never set out to find God. I just keep finding him.
Yeah.
And I quite like that, because when I try to think of something or research something or look at something, that anything in this area, I'm like, that you really could just say God here and it would fit. It's not like a God of the gaps argument, because the atheists like to just go there. What I always say with God of the gaps is, yes, it is. Yes, I am filling that hole with God, because that's the most obvious conclusion. They like to cite razors, don't they? They have to go, Occam's razor. And everyone who knows Occam's razor is whatever the obvious conclusion is the more likely one to be the case. Yeah. Well, how more obvious that a complex system of existence was actually created by something else? Like, how is that not the obvious conclusion than magical swirling whirlpools of chaos and numbers that somehow just stopped being that and became something else without no purpose or no reason at all? You know, and like I said, I'm not advocating for a kind of Judeo-Christian God or a Muslim God. What I'm really advocating for is a something that clearly led to something else. It's very external to the human experience. As much as I appreciate and have examples in my own life of a kind of human experience style theistic God, I can't like reconcile that with everything that can go against it. But I can very easily reconcile a God that is completely external to the human experience, completely external to existence and reality, and still have that reality, you know, incumbent on the existence of that external being. What annoys me with atheists is they don't seem to understand this position, right? And this position isn't a new position. I mean, it to some degree, it's Aristotelian, and to some degree, it's borrowed from a kind of Catholic idea anyway. That they think that we're advocating for a supernatural God, and they think that supernatural means vampires and werewolves and magic, and it just doesn't. Supernatural means things that are external to nature that supersede and precede them, right?
Yes,
this is just
if the universe has a cause. It is definitionally supernatural.
It has to be, yeah. And they kind of don't tangle with this on purpose because it makes them look like cerebral munchkins.
Yes,
because they can't keep up with something like that. So yeah, and then we actually have a question here.
I'm very pleased. I'm really quite delighted. We're actually getting questions for our AMA. Yes, this should be right up your alley, by the way.
Oh, okay. What makes a better narrative? Characters that seemingly melt into the plot, or plot that seemingly pours out of the characters? Both. I think it can't be one or the other. When I used to make films and stuff, you hear this constant mantra, which is films are about people, not things. And you think, well, duh, but also no, right? Because if you have if you have a TV series.
By the way, that should be the name of your YouTube channel. Duh, but also,
duh, but also no. I quite like that actually. I think that might be better. But like with let's say you made a TV series, right? That had absolutely no substance whatsoever, and the characters were just really good characters.
Right.
But there were no underpinnings. There were no moral stories. It wasn't about anything. Like imagine MASH. But they're not in Korea.
Yeah.
Like it's just nondescript. And obviously I know it's supposed to be Vietnam, but it's nondescript. It's just these guys just like, oh yeah, we're bothered by people dying, so we do something about it. That's people. There's characters. They have storylines, but there's nothing about it. What's the point in its existence? Equally, if you had something that was completely just like an art film, right, it would be shit.
Yeah. I mean, it goes to the form of it. It's kind of telling that you use a TV series for one example and an art film for another. But yeah, I can only serious shot. But yeah, I mean, I go both ways. With my own stories, this is going to sound pretentious. Like everything else I said. Like writing for me is an extremely arduous process. I'm not joking when I say it takes me years and years and years and years to write a story. So for me, it begins with a sort of a moral or philosophical idea, and everything else kind of grows organically around it. So even the characters and all their traits grow organically out of this sort of central moral or philosophical premise. That's my way of working. Now, a lot of people who aren't complete social retards like I am just love people. They love characters, and so that's the first thing that they comes into the picture is the characters, and then they might just build a story around the characters. So there's no one way or the other. If you're sort of a an art fart who sort of cloaks their own deficiencies in sort of a pseudo artistic modernist style like me, obviously the premise comes first, but some people actually like people and actually can imagine people, and so the characters would come first.
I just like things. We shouldn't. Yeah. Okay. Next question. What are your thoughts on psychology as a field? What's with the self-harm rate?
I will say, okay, so I'll just jump on this. I don't really have a whole lot of thoughts on it. I didn't think much of it until Jordan Peterson came along, and I'm very kind of sort of impressed by Jordan Peterson's ability to apply psychology and apply a lot of things that are sort of esoteric and whatnot into sort of these real world applications. So I guess I'm a Petersonian fan of psychology in that sense.
If we're like, yeah, the Peterson psychology is good. It's always a bit like hard psychology, though. Peterson psychology. It's very much orientated around like the physical world and the physical brain, which is obviously important. I've always been very interested in psychology in terms of thoughts, which I would be because of OCD, and I always wanted to be able to help people with OCD. So the only relevant thing that I could take from like a physical psychology would be what physically happens in the brain with OCD. What part of the brain is broken and how is it broken? And I know that, so that's me done with that kind of side of it. The rest is now down to fixing that problem with thoughts. Because everyone the people act as though the brain does the thoughts and that's it, but that's not entirely true.
Not true at all. Yes.
Not true at all. That's the point of OCD. When you get those thoughts, you have to be able to deal with those thoughts and not combat them, because that's actually not a good measure to do. You don't combat these negative thoughts or brain conjured thoughts. You just learn to live with them alongside your own thoughts. So that's all I have to say on psychology.
Well, yeah, that reminds me. I mean, panic attacks is something I dealt with throughout my life too, and I got to the point where I said, the panic. I mean the sort of the panic attack is sort of the flashpoint, but it's panicking is what gives fuel to the fire. So, I mean, you have to sort of remove yourself at that moment you're having a panic attack, and you won't just feed the fire. But of course, that's easier said than done.
It is easier said than done, and I always described it and is like opening the front door and the back door at the same time, and saying, "Why don't you just come through and leave?" When it comes to it, like an intrusive thought, because you've got to kind of let it in. And don't give it the attention it requires, and don't give in to the panic, and don't give in to the problem, and just say, yes, I acknowledge your existence. Thank you very much. You know where the door is.
Yeah. Go back to Peterson. Because he talks about his lobsters and whatnot, I think a lot of people sort of have the misconception that he's necessarily wedded to this sort of materialistic, behaviorist evopsych, worldview. That's not the case. He said before that he thinks that the Jungian archetypes may in some way be sort of wired to the transcendent or whatnot, but I guess it would be proper to say that he's actually agnostic about that, rather than saying that he's like a determined materialist. I don't think that's true at all.
No, I think that's true. Yeah, I agree with you.
What's heaven like? I hope to see my ancestors' family there. Yes, I from what I've heard, yeah, that happens.
I hope God isn't there. He might ask me questions of that. No, thought I get away from you.
Yeah, just ask him all the questions. Oh, you were wrong. Oh no, I had the wrong opinion. Oh no. I prefer agnostics to so-called atheists. Yeah. Okay, well, yeah, I'm sure you'd have something to say about this. Are anarchist societies possible long term? My answer is no.
Well, it depends on what you mean by anarchist.
Oh, true, Peter.
I was going to say it depends on your definition. So people tend to put anarchy and communism as the same thing. They're not. Anarchy is where everybody has nothing. Communism is where everybody has everything. In a very kind of bastardized way. So a system whereby everybody owns nothing is like the perfect utopia, right? Where you can that's the Garden of Eden. I could just walk. Oh, there's a tree, there's a fruit. I can eat the fruit, and we'll all live in this wonderful place. This wonderful paradise. The problem, people go, the problem is human greed. Well, yeah, duh. But the problem is with everything is with human greed. It's not necessarily with that. It's just not applicable as a state of reality. What are you going to do when there's a pandemic? What are you going to do when there's resources? What are you going to do when there's no resources? What are you going to do when there's a flood or whatever? So it's just these are like the airy-fairy ideas of utopianism, where the only way you would achieve this is if you were literally God yourself.
Yeah. I mean, as far as like communism, I'm sure this would bear up to some sort of sociological analysis. I think you could have communism up to 12 people. I think that's the outer limit of communism. Once you get more than a dozen people.
No, I used to, when I was at university, I used to have a group of lad friends, and there was 12 of us in total. No, 10 I think is. We trying to arrange anything as a group is just not impossible.
Also, if you're going to do this at any level, it has to be people who share the same value system. Otherwise, it breaks down immediately.
Yes, I agree.
And it's kind of interesting that you have so-called this is why I think like the libertarians are kind of
anarcho-communism.
What's that?
Oh, you're going to say anarcho-communism?
Yeah, well, yeah. So anarcho-libertarian, anarcho-communism, but there's no state, so there's no one determining either one to be the case. It's just, I guess, just what people have in their hearts.
I love it when you say anarcho-communism, and it's like like the Dungeons and Dragons like alignment of all the way from chaotic evil to ordered good or whatever. It's like just get on with life, really.
So I'm enjoying this.
We should go through them quicker because I can't keep track.
If dogs can be trained to do tricks, could cats be trained to defend people?
No.
Cats will amaze you. Cats will amaze. Well, I guess the right cat will amaze you.
I hate cats. They just smell, and people who own cats are unaware of how smelly their cats are.
Well, you're a super smeller.
I am. Yes, I am. In fairness, yeah. Most people. I put this in perspective. I have to handle raw chicken. Which, as you know, as a vegan, it makes me sick. But at work, and it stinks, and I can smell it and throw up, right? And I will then think that the chicken is off, and I'll get everyone else to smell it, and they're like, "This is fine. There's no smell here. I don't know what you're picking up." So yeah, I do pick up scents that people don't. Fair enough.
I have a question for you. So when I'm walking past a dumpster on a hot summer's day, I notice it actually doesn't smell entirely bad. And I found out that there's actually like a compound that's shared in like decaying organic matter that's also like orange rinds or something. I wonder if you have any sort of like experience with that.
No, I just smell disease and rot. I don't smell any. I think I'll have a sniff I'll put my super smell to the test one day, and I'll create a report on the smell of rotting vegetation in comparison to oranges.
Well, it's kind of like a perfume, where they say you can't put your nose on it. You just have to get the sillage of it, you know.
Yeah,
So,
yeah. You will walk past like rotting food, and there will be this like sweet scent, and you kind of think that's odd, given that it's rotting.
Yeah.
You know, produce. So I see what you mean there. Yeah.
We really okay, but yeah, I've seen. I think a cat call like 911 or something. Yeah, cats will come through in the clutch. Look, dogs can determine earthquakes. They can determine heart attacks. They can determine strokes. They can sniff out drugs. They can sniff out bombs. They can guide blind people across the street. Cats have to come in useful sooner or later, I think. What forms national mentality more, historical events or ideology?
It depends if you're left wing or right wing.
That's actually a pretty good answer.
Well, the left are obsessed with history, but don't ever act as though history happened, and the right exist as though historical things were going to happen again if we don't do something about it. But they never deal with their like modern day ideology.
Yeah, ideology is such a constricting term.
Yeah.
I would prefer the term values, and I think historical events certainly feed into values. Yeah, I just get a little cagey with that word ideology. We do have trolls. I welcome them. They're part of our 9 viewers right now. Not okay. Well, hey, this is right up your alley. Movie recommendations. I watched one called "The Ninth Configuration." Has a good ending. I recommend. Fabulous Agnostic. I yield the floor to you.
Oh, you skipped a question. I thought you were asking.
Well, a lot of these are some of these are kind of the agartosinosis. Recourses may be the problem. I hope for a time of abundance. Wait, what is this in oh, okay, yeah, you're right. I missed a bit. Yeah, I'm sorry about that.
Well, I can answer the film one. I don't mind that.
Okay.
I thought you were going to ask me, are monarchies more stable than democracies?
Well, we could go back to that.
Okay. Film question, movie recommendation. I've not seen it. I don't even know what it is actually. Ninth Configuration.
Well, he's asking you what movies you recommend.
Oh. Well, it depends what kind of thing you're looking for. I always prescribe people to watch Equilibrium and Demolition Man because I think they're just good films about the problems with utopian visions, you know. But other than that, Signs is the best horror movie. It's brilliant. I'm a big fan of slasher movies. But yeah, it depends on the criteria. If you want to, I do like the utopian stuff. Classics. Ooh, I don't know. Classics. Ben-Hur is a pretty good film. It's a bit long. Ten Commandments is a good film, but it's very long. You know, if the Jews had just watched the film, they would have happily preferred to walk 40 years because the film is so long. You know, but it's a decent film actually.
Yeah.
And you know what are amazing films? I love trash cinema. Like I love Resident Evil. You know, it's just amazing. People who don't like Resident Evil don't get it. It's as simple as that.
So, did you ever see the Red Letter Media episode where they're all gathered around the couch and they're watching Resident Evil Afterlife? It gets to the climactic battle, and instead of leaning in and being wrapped in attention, they all bust out laughing and they laugh hysterically for 10 minutes.
I've not seen it.
Did you ever? Okay. it may very well be one of the best YouTube videos there is when Red Leg watches a Resident Evil Afterlife. But yeah, I like trash too. To be honest, I don't know if I should be admitting this. I kind of like the gore stuff more than horror because movies don't actually scare me. I just like gore and just imagine it like being my enemies. Again, probably shouldn't have meant no. So, are monarchies more stable? So I don't watch many movies. As far as like movies, I would recommend just historically. I would go down like Citizen Kane. I mean, yeah, all those boring things. Vertigo, I like that. I like The Conversation. I like Pee-wee's Big Adventure. I like The Cable Guy. I like It's All True, the Orson Welles thing. There are a few. I really like The Revenant. I thought that was one of the best movies I had ever seen.
Really, I've not even seen it.
It's because it's not plotty and it's not charactery. That's the thing. Don't throw a whole bunch of names at me, and it has like 4 pages of dialogue in like 2.5 hours. And it's completely like unrealistic. People have rifles and they're picking people off from like a football field away. But yeah, it was one of the best movies. It's an experience. That's the thing. I like movies that embrace the sort of experiential nature of cinema. I don't want a whole bunch of chatting. That's not what cinema is about to me. It's about the visual and auditory experience.
I strongly recommend people watch Pride and Prejudice and Zombies. That's a fantastic little film. That's funny.
Are monarchies more stable than democracies?
Yes, I live in one, and I live in a democracy. So it's weird. Like it depends what you want. Once again, depends what you mean by monarchy. Depends what you mean by democracy. Like we have a monarch in this country, but we also have a democracy, and we have a parliament. And to save you the long-winded explanation of why that is the only, well, why it works, why it is, and why I think it's the only thing that can work. The monarch I think is a necessary pivot point. Well, necessary to kind of have a country, because otherwise you end up with it's a little bit like the objective truth argument, isn't it? Like if you don't have that, you can't do anything. If that makes sense.
I never like that when people say, well, democracy is the political system that thinks that truth is determined by consensus. I'm like, no, that's crap.
No, well, you can have 2 stupid people who've got more power than 1 intelligent person.
Yeah,
that's the problem with democracy. So yeah, I mean, I think England is the best system in the world. So, well, Britain is the best system in the world. So I obviously think that monarchy and democracy.
Yeah, I am anti absolutist. I'm a pragmatist, and I actually think Christianity gives a lot of credence to the sort of the philosophy of pragmatism, since we are in a fallen state. You can't have ideological purity as your goal. So I think the Republic is the best possible compromise. I think basically the American government is implicitly pragmatist. It says, no, we're not going to prioritize ideological purity. We're going to have people have their representation, but even that is sort of kept in check. So I would say neither. I think a republic works best. Wolves do apologetics. Thank you for joining us. Great to see you here, man. Yo, yo, yo. We're doing an AMA right now. So at Fabulous Agnostics suggestion. Are mustaches more stable than goatees?
People with goatees look very strange, don't they? I don't know why. It's like you're going to frame a part of your body that doesn't need a frame. So when you're eating food, like we get to see where it's going. It's people with goatees are. I've never met someone who had a goatee who wasn't weird.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I will say, for me, facial hair is all or nothing. Either grow the full beard or cut it all off. When you do anything beyond that, if you give yourself a goatee or a soul patch, or God forbid, a chin strap, in my mind's eye, I just see you there in the bathroom mirror, just like meticulously doing your facial hair. It just seems weirdly vain to me.
You just described everything that I did before I came onto the stream. I have a combination of my facial hair isn't a registered facial hair. I have a chin strap with a mustache.
Okay.
And it's the only thing that I can get away with. If I get rid of it, I look fat. And if I grow it anymore, I look untidy.
To be honest, I never really paid much attention to your facial hair. I hate to say it, but yeah. Maybe you should change your name to the weirdly vain. I don't know. I just it always seems very preening to me. Who am I to talk? But yeah. Oh, Wolves do okay. That's JMD apologetics. Wolves do apologetics. Good to know. We should do it. We should do another live stream sometime. Garrett, time of abundance. Recourses may be the problem. I hope for a time of abundance or unlimited resources and a shift to a post-scarcity economy, but I doubt I will live to see that day. Yeah. I think the current model is the only way for now with limited resources. Yeah, that was all before our movie recommendations. Oh, geez. Okay, well, hate, love, not when this is a profound question. Oh boy, I'm sorry, we're way. Please stop with the questions. We're way over our head here.
Well, why don't we just answer? We should just try to answer them quickly then. I suppose is the people have spoken.
Stop with the questions, people. When does a culture become lifeless? At what point does it die? I'll answer that very quickly. The second it becomes self-satisfied, that's when the culture dies.
The second it tries to do something that was never part of its remit to do.
You answer in the most British way possible. Which is better, a wise fool or a foolish wise one?
There are 4 categories of people in the world. There are dumb people who know they are dumb, and they're usually quite pleasant, very down to earth. There are smart people who know they're smart, and they're usually arrogant. There are smart people who think they are dumb, and they are usually nice people, but they don't get much done because they think that's stupid. And then there are stupid people who think they are smart people. They are the most dangerous people.
Yeah.
Because they think that they've sussed things out and they just haven't.
Have you ever seen the memes? There was a whole class of memes, but it has the IQ bell curve, and you have the guys who are like below 85, and then the guys who are like above 120, and they're doing like the bro fist thing over the top, and in the middle you have the mediocre people who are like the Wojak, who's like has his brain is like a Spitfire or something. I kind of think there's something to that. I think mediocre above average is a really bad place to be in anything, because they have all these insecurities, and it really manifests itself in a bad way. I think that was what a lot of new atheism was. You had people who, technically may have been a notch above 100 on the IQ scale, but they realized people weren't falling at their feet the way they would have preferred. So they said, "Oh, well, all these people just believe in, invisible sky fairies and ridiculous fairy tales to sort of, give themselves the sort of, basically the self-esteem charge they needed."
Yeah, well, this is the thing, that it was arrogance.
Yeah. Is there more to that?
There was, but I realized we have questions, so
Okay.
I will leave it at that.
Is dystopia utopia or eventuality? Actually, remember when Chris Lansdowne was talking about this, that it's like, what was he talking about? The kingdom of God, and it's like it always sort of finds its equilibrium.
I think so, yeah.
Hard to
follow.
What's that?
It's hard to follow Chris sometimes.
Yeah. It's no, I don't think we've been in dystopias, and they have a limited shelf life. We always seem to find some equilibrium again. It takes a powerful God to make a 2-week journey last 40 years. Well, it wasn't like wandering lost in the desert, but yeah. Have you seen new changes to the channel? No, I'm sorry. I haven't really been checking out. I've just been watching politics channels, to be honest. What's the most interesting kind of werewolf lore you've heard? We'll give this to you, Fabulous.
There was a true story quote, one of those kind of things. Because Britain's really good at like gothic, not necessarily gothic, but that kind of werewolfy, lanterns and shotguns in the middle of the night with pit bulls thing. They kind of did this in American Werewolf in London, the beginning of it. Britain's really good at werewolf. For some reason, werewolves is Britain's forte. When I was a teenager, I used to read a lot of this stuff because I was really into this kind of weird supernatural stuff. And what I found is Americans are a little bit more obsessed with vampires, where British people are obsessed more with werewolves. And I wonder if that's to do with like the countryside.
Mm-hmm.
I don't. It's difficult, but like English countryside is very sort of like moors and moisture and a bit sort of shadowy, whereas American countrysides are kind of grand and vast, and you can hide things, and you can imagine that things would be out there and you would never know. That's kind of like the vampire stuff. Vampires are like the other, whereas werewolves are kind of like the animal next door. Do you know what I mean? And there was a story. I can't fully remember it now, so it's really, really crap. I can't actually fully answer the question of like a story that was very local to where I live, and it was not too far away from the outskirts of my hometown, where there was an inn or something. I can't fully remember now. There was an inn, and there was like a werewolf thing, and it was relatively modern, actually, so it has its kind of power to still be a potential reality. Not that I believe it is, don't worry, but like I think werewolf stories are really cool, actually. The coolest of all. I don't know why, because it's part of like a nostalgic British life, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I have to say on it.
Yeah, well, I heard the whole idea of Gothicism as we currently imagine is because they had built all these Victorian mansions, and there was the great economic crash, and so they were all abandoned. So yeah, we always imagine Gothicism as inhabiting the sort of the cognitive dissonance of these grand, vast mansions, while there are also being just complete abandonment, dereliction. Yeah. So there's always kind of that conflict between the two. How many guardian angels do we get each, do you guys think? I really don't know.
Well, maybe they've given up with me.
Yeah.
I think I maybe started with like 100, and now I've got like 3, and they're constantly finding when do we get involved.
You get the grunts. It's it's like, yeah, they're new to Guardian Angel school. Well,
yeah. And the final examination, whether you pass or fail.
Well, my last cue. Thank you so much, Garatosono. You're so charitable. You don't need to do that. Thank you so much. My last cue: CD or vinyl or streaming music. Look, I have it all. I have three crates of records. That's mostly like 20th century classical. I have my turntable. I actually spent a little bit of money on that. That's good. I have my CD player. The speakers need to be upgraded. I think I've upgraded everything past the speakers. So yeah, but it's very rarely nowadays that I'll sit down and listen to music. And that is how I listen to music. I sit akimbo on the floor, put the record on or put the CD on and just sit there and listen to music. I'm a deep listener. I do not believe in listening to music while browsing the internet or even listening to music while driving in the car nowadays, honestly.
I'm not bothered what form it takes. I think there are different obvious cultures, like CD culture is different than vinyl, and streaming music is different than that. I would choose to stream music just because I can have as much as I want at my fingertips and I can go wherever I like with it. But music, to me, I despise publicly played music, except for when it's like relevant to a hospitality venue, right? I hate people who play music in the street. I hate people who play music for other people to listen to it. It annoys me. Music is personal to me. I'm not a music person. I don't know a lot about music. I appreciate music and I appreciate the music I listen to, but I don't like playing my music to other people. I despise doing it. Like people go, well, put your music on. No, I won't put mine on. Just leave your music on. My music is for me. You know, and it's a real different. It's when you get those people who saying I'm eclectic, and you think, no, you're not. I'm one of those people, but I actually am.
Yes.
I have lots of different stuff, but that's for me. The music is between me and the music, So I would opt for streaming music.
Yeah. I just don't have opportunities where I listen to streaming music. If I'm going to listen to music, I'll commit to it and listen.
Yeah.
And if an EMP bomb comes off or something, whatever, Alphabet Corporation doesn't like my opinions and they decide to cut off my internet service, now I can't listen to my music. So I like my CD player doesn't care about my opinions.
I hate live music, by the way.
The unpopular takes. I love it.
I hate it. There's always, oh my God, I hate bands, I hate musicians, and they're always there, and they always wear like tight trousers with a stupid something hanging off their jeans that clearly belongs around your neck. And they always play for some reason as part of their sound check. I Want to Be Adored by the Stone Roses, which is the longest and just horrendous intro and the weirdest song to think about. Musicians just wind me up.
Okay, then. Jeez. People will think, oh, way, fabulous. Do you want to support our community? It's live music. We're going to have things. We're going to have everyone for every bar. It's like, no, I hate live music. It's like, geez, thanks for being a booster to the community, dude. So yeah, there's no live music in Fabulous's poop.
There absolutely is not.
Midweek meme is the name of the thing I was talking about before, where you have the sub 80 guy and the over 130 guy kind of join hands over the bell curve. I really like those because there was so much truth in those. Best music genre. Oh, geez.
Silence.
Silence. Yeah.
Anything not like. No, I like classical music. That was an obvious answer. It was obvious, no one is surprised by that answer.
Yeah, well, classical itself is sort of an ambiguous term. I like Beethoven. I like a lot of romantic music. I love a whole lot of modernist art music. But yeah, that just sounds pretentious. But there's no other way to describe it. But yeah, like I said, my music collection is heavily weighted towards 20th century classical. Atheism is trash. Agreed. Fabulous Agnostic agrees. In case you just joined this,
I sure do.
Thank you, Agaratos. Yes, 80s was the best decade for pop music.
I agree. I do agree. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was music. It was about the music. It was about the stuff. It was about culture. It was about art. It was the last time like pop music was actually about art and culture rather than being about shit.
Like attitudes.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Wolves Do Apologetics agrees 80s music is the best. You guys see Cobra Kai? Nope. I haven't seen it.
Not for me.
I don't do any streaming services, by the way. I don't give any money to any of that crap. How much credence would you give to sorcerers throughout history? Oh, geez, I think I know a few sorcerers in real life.
I will abstain the answer to that question because I don't have one.
I think I've split my mind from listening to music and podcasts as I play games, work out, or even rarely while I write for a minute. So I used to go to the gym a lot, and they would play very dancey. They would play very dancey pop music, and I never had a problem with that. I think if you're going to go to the gym and exercise, I think sort of dancey pop music is the best. And when I say dancey pop music, I mean, well, my mind just went blank. It's like, Swedish House Mafia or stuff like that. I know some guys, oh no, they're too good for that. And so they put in their earbuds, and it's like, they listen to like death metal. So when they're lifting weights, like, they just like aggro out. No, it's like, don't forget, for you give a child, heaven has a place for you. It's like, yeah, that's fine to me.
I really want to take that segment of footage where you did the death metal.
I have a death metal video. I have if I can find it. Yeah, if you want to hear Deflating Atheism do death metal, say that there is no evidence for God, part 3. That's in quotation.
Oh, I think I might have seen this one.
Yeah. So yeah, I did. I just got a MIDI electric guitar sound, and I just got like a MIDI drums, and then over the top of it, I just went rah, 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 and I really blew out my voice. It was actually very painful. I didn't do it correctly, apparently, but yeah, my voice was torn up after doing that. But I make sacrifices for the content. You see. Sorcerers in history. I think I lost. Okay. So Simon Magus seems to be mysterious, and I'd like to know more about him. Never heard of the dude.
Neither have I.
Okay, yeah. So that's what. Yeah. So split my mind from listening to music and podcasts as I play games. Yeah, I guess I could catch up on politics if and when I go back to the gym. I got to go. Well, it's great. It's great seeing you, Wildheart 666. Even I think he was a troll in a previous incarnation, but he revealed the sweetheart he truly is. See you, Wildheart. Thoughts on Kevin Smith's Christianity, Catholicism. I know he did that movie Dogma, which was very controversial. I don't have any thoughts about it.
I don't know who he is.
Kevin Smith is the guy who directed Clerks, and now a bunch of people hate him because he did the horrible woke version of He-Man on Netflix.
Nope.
Yeah, that's surprising. There's a game called Eternal Sonata where the protagonist is Chopin, and he is on his deathbed, and the game takes place in his dream and has music. That sounds really interesting. Would you say you believe in magic? I'm not really going to say I don't believe in anything.
Oh, wow. That was a philosophical atheism if I ever heard. Would you like to hide behind that answer all the time?
What? No, I said I'm not willing to say I don't believe in anything. In fact, you could say, yeah, you kind of have to believe people can use sort of ungodly means of summoning things, and obviously that's all horrible and whatnot. But I have no desire to dabble in.
No, I don't. I will say no to that question. That's my answer. Well, I don't. Once again, I remove. It's just very new, actually. I remove very easily away from any kind of supernatural incarnations of anything. That will almost definitely include heaven and hell. So, belief in magic is not my thing. Belief in demons and angels is also not my thing. So, I remove any supernatural other than God as creator of the universe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like a lot of things with the discussion with my friend David. I mean, I certainly believe in heaven and hell. Well, and there's a whole discussion to be had about hell, but yeah, I've kind of taken on sort of an expanded notion of physicality, where I think all these heavenly realms are sort of physical in their own way. Maybe you could say they inhabit other dimensions, and maybe you could say the only truly supernatural thing, which is not really a thing, it's not an entity, it's sort of a ground of being, is God himself. So maybe because of my discussions with David, I'm kind of going in that direction. I think yes. I've gotten to the end.
Yeah, I mean, it's tricky to explain, but I don't need the heaven and hell thing. Like, that's not a necessary in existence as far as I'm concerned. I think God is necessary.
Well, you mean necessary in an explanatory sense?
Yes. Correct.
Okay. Because I always hated that when atheists would say, "Well, I don't need God." Well, it's not a matter of you needing God. It's whether God exists in fact. Yeah.
Well, I mean, they do this all the time, where they think that the argument is one thing, but it's actually not that argument. Like I've said this before, like the argument that the West is created on Judeo-Christian values. Okay. They will try to say that because these things existed somewhere else before Christianity, then therefore the West wasn't influenced by Judeo-Christian values. The problem is with that, no one is saying that Christians or Jews invented these morals. The argument isn't that before Christianity everyone was miserable and horrible and killing each other. That still happened long after Christianity. The argument is that Christianity brought those things to the Western world. Like, that's the argument. That doesn't go any further than that. Anything else is just your attempt to debunk. Well, it's a straw man, know. And you see this kind of disingenuous nature across the entire thing. And by the way, it has to be disingenuous, providing that you believe you're intelligent enough to make this argument. See, so you say, well, I'm not disingenuous. It's a really unfair claim because I'm just saying what I think. Well, think harder as the cerebral majesty that you claim to be, So, don't sit there and pretend that you're smarter and the atheist and the theist is stupider when you can't even debunk the actual argument that's being delivered.
Yeah.
Maybe a lot of theists don't put the argument in the correct way. Fair enough. But that shouldn't be that hard for you to work it out if you're that smart.
Yeah.
That's just my personal gripe with atheists.
Well, that reminds me of what Bill Maher did and what you occasionally see with atheists and the street epistemologists. Well, supposedly the street epistemologists wait till people come to them. But the street interviews, they come and badger people on the street and they don't get a right answer. Maybe the people aren't that bright. Maybe they just they're not used to thinking about these questions. But you could probably get a pretty dumb answer if you ask. It's like I always give like the example of like ask a person who was the first president of the United States. They say George Washington. And then I could immediately take an adversarial tone. Well, how do you know it was George Washington? I was like, well, my grade school teacher told me. It's like, oh, well, just because your grade school teacher told you, that means it's true. And so you could crouch someone into that defensive position, and yeah, they're gonna go to sort of an argument from authority at some point, because they don't have historical knowledge. They can't lay out the case for George Washington's existence. But I think that's basically the same thing that these atheists are doing, is that they're cornering these people until they get an answer that they don't like, and then using that to characterize the whole of theism.
Yeah, well, I mean, imagine, and I'm going to quote this one because it actually happened. Imagine a 6'4" overweight neckbeard, right? Like basically harassing you, and you're like 5'11" and you're a woman, right? And there's this guy literally harassing you in the street. Aaron Moore, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes,
yeah, that's where I was going. Like, so you're not like, kudos to the woman for doing holding her own as much as she did, really. I mean, it can't be unimposing. What is he, like 700 pounds or something? I don't know. Like, it's just, it baffles me. You'd think he'd be a little bit more keen on losing weight and eating healthy, considering he thinks he's going to die and never exist again.
That video just had me gobsmacked. I was really just astounded that he would accost this woman, and I'm not. And then like insult her.
It's because they're angry people. They are angry. It's because they whip themselves into believing that if there were more religious people, the world would turn into, this theocratic dumpster, where everyone is a Spanish Inquisition, everyone wants to murder gay people, etc., etc., etc.
Yeah, or just flying planes into buildings. That's so.
Yeah.
It was really weird. It's like, oh well, it's like you're saying this to evangelical people. You want your kids flying planes into buildings. So yeah, it's the whole notion of an epidemic, basically. We need to take emergency. Yeah, it's good we can disagree about things, but we need to take a harder line stance, because religion poses an existential threat to our security, just like the beer flu, just like supposedly the throngs of tens of millions of white supremacists who are thronging through our city streets. It's always, well, we can't have freedom because there's an emergency at our doors, so we have to take care of this. And if you would do the conscientious things, you would take what you think are your civil liberties, put them on a shelf for the time being, for the common good.
I always would love to know what their future would look like if they let's say, by no means of bloodshed, they'd managed to convince everybody in the world that there was no God, and we just decommissioned all the churches. They were turned into flats. And what would be the kind of public drive to do anything? Like I guess you could cite something like Demolition Man, right? You know the plot of Demolition Man?
No.
Okay, Sylvester Stallone is hunting down Wesley Snipes as a character, and Wesley Snipes is a mass murderer and criminal, blah blah blah, and it's set in the kind of present. And what happens is Sylvester Stallone's character ends up killing a bunch of civilians because he couldn't find them in time. Effectively, it turns out they were already dead. He'd already killed them, but he was punished for this. And he was put into cryogenic sleep. stasis with Wesley Snipes' character as well. And he comes back something like 30 years earlier because Wesley Snipes' character has escaped. So he gets out of this place a little bit easier, finds out all of his family are dead, and they're living in this utopia where everything is perfect. There is no unhealthy food, there's no alcohol, people don't even have sex. They go to a clinic to like get assimilated to make more people or whatever. And what effectively happens is there's a group of people who will not engage with society. They want to, they're libertarian. There's one guy who, I'm kind of thinking like this myself, it doesn't matter what the reason for you wanting to do something or not wanting to do something. I just don't want to do it.
Yes.
Maybe I want to just run around and pour gravy all over my body is what he says. Like, maybe I want to do that. Like, and that's fine. I mean, it's a bit weird, but it's fine. And what happens is the guy, Raymond Cocteau, his name is, he brings back Wesley Snipes' character to take out this group of people who are not behaving themselves properly. And you kind of find out it's all part of this plan to kind of eliminate the rest of these people. So I always wonder if it's going to be like that, where it's all kind of, the undertone is there's something dark and sinister going on here, waiting to rear its ugly head, Or is it going to be like the Tau in the Warhammer universe, where their goal is this new kind of greater good aspect, where they worship they don't worship anything, but they have this moral structure which is the greatest good, and they assimilate other cultures no matter how barbaric those cultures are.
Yeah, well, it's very clear to me that New Atheism wasn't an organic movement. It was very much astroturfed, which I think we see that in all these subsequent things. And I think it was priming to a large degree. I think if you could clear out people's sort of their commitments to tradition and faith and family. I mean, let's face it. I mean, if you're turned against your faith, likely you'll be turned against your family too. So it's sort of priming the way for them to accept these totalitarian ideologies that, well, we've seen flourish since. And it's very interesting when you see that in fact it was Jeffrey Epstein who was bankrolling a lot of these new atheists. He was providing resources to Richard Dawkins and Lawrence Krauss and Daniel Dennett and Steven Pinker, giving them rides on his plane. Okay, so I kind of think it's interesting. I think again it goes back to what I was saying before. I think Epstein himself was controlled. All food for thought.
We be careful. We might get.
Oh no, we skated past that line. we went past that line like 10 minutes into this broadcast. I'm dancing on the end of a plank here. I think I'm like a lot of people. I can't give a crap anymore.
No, well, I am reaching that point myself now. I just, I'll said some harsh things about the NHS anyway, and I still stand by them. I'm kind of done pretending that there aren't problems now. And I'm by no means a conservative, like at all. I think there are some things in society we should seek to conserve, and there are some things in society where we should seek to put a more progressive slant on it. We could always go into that. We don't necessarily need to, but I think there's a time and a place for progressivism and a time and a place for conservatism. But like, I'm bored of pretending that it's like the abortion thing. I'm bored of pretending abortion isn't a problem. And this because we had the discussion on it on my channel, the other channel.
Yes.
I don't approach the abortion discussion as a religious person because, like I said, I don't. My belief structure is centered around an external, immaterial creator of the universe, not a personal God that cares about what we do.
Mhm.
But it's obviously not a good thing.
Yeah.
And I'm kind of bored of pretending it was a major problem. And don't forget the proprietors of this problem, the people who were constantly telling us, "Oh, abortion is fine, abortion is fine, abortion is fine," would equally tell you that eating animals is wrong.
Mhm.
And it's like, really, they say that we take advantage of cows or something by taking milk from their calves or something. You're like, well, are we not taking advantage of young women by forcing them to have abortions, socially speaking, by saying, oh, well, your career must come first?
Yeah.
I think this is toxic to people who might not want to have an abortion.
Yeah.
And I'm like I said, I'm libertarian. I'm personal choice on whether you want an abortion or not. It's not of my concern. It's none of my business. But I'm not going to pretend that it's good. It's the same thing with immigration. I'm not going to pretend that taking in droves and droves of people from other cultures is beneficial for us or the other cultures.
Yeah.
I mean, I have like 4 different arguments why we have a problem with mass immigration. One of them is that if we went abroad and took all of and enslaved all of their doctors and brought them to work in the NHS, that would be wrong. But apparently we let them do it.
Mm-hmm.
How is that beneficial for other countries to take all of their best people? It doesn't make any sense to me. But I'm sick of pretending that we don't have a problem. We don't have a problem in this country, but with different things.
Yeah. Well, you could just point to the hypocrisy. I mean, America has a 3-year waiting list for legal immigration, but we took in 1 million illegal immigrants, I think, just this year. So, and every Democrat candidate for president in 2020 said that they should be given free health care. Even our own military veterans don't get free health care. But yeah, obviously they have motivations other than the kindness of their hearts.
Well, it's always down with the patriarchy. It's always the capitalist system is evil. Everyone's a post-colonialist and everyone's a white supremacist. And we've said this before. They don't care about sex workers, right? They care about the fact that conservative Christians don't like sex work.
Yeah.
Right. And conservative Christians are the patriarchy, and that's the obvious enemy. They don't care about minimum wage for. Well, they don't care about the wage gap for disabled Black women. They don't care about them. They care about the actual wage gap because it's a useful tool with which to beat white men. It's
their own political power. These are all just human shields that they used, as a means of acquiring political power.
Well, absolutely. Like I said before, it's the Borg, but at least the Borg keep everyone. Once they've assimilated you and used up your parts, they just toss you into the garbage.
Yeah. Yes.
And as I said before, the gays are next. Once gays are finished living their privileged lives according to the new LGBT rules, they too will become part of the white patriarchy that must be destroyed. The great oppressor of all the other groups within the LGBT, because there's more gay people than there are any other group. And they're also doing better than any other part of the group. They're also doing the most work for all the rest of the parts of the group as well, but whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, everyone's just waiting their turn, whether you're trying to be an ally or you feel like you're secure in your victim status. No, they're coming for you. They only know how to destroy you. You're trying to make friends with people who are literally just looking for a reason to hate you. They'll find a reason to hate you eventually. So why are you trying to ingratiate yourselves with these people? It's no, because just like they said, straight. I'm sure you saw the headline. Straight Black men are the white men of Black people. It's like, they're gonna sniff out your privilege. They're gonna divvy up the privilege beans. Conservatives could have told you this was gonna happen. It's exactly like the battle between the turfs and the turfs and whatever the other things. It's like, yeah, we saw these trains on their tracks. We saw that the collision was going to happen. It happened like 2 years after everyone knew it was going to happen.
It's a really, I mean, that one is an obvious. It's an obvious. Do I say dichotomy? Maybe there's an obvious disconnect.
Yeah,
there's an obvious contradiction there, and it's so obvious that you can't even explain it.
Yeah,
you know that one day the hardcore feminists are going to have an issue with people becoming women, well, men becoming women. It's obvious. Like, I don't get why that was ever going to not be a problem. You know.
Yes.
And now everyone's like in uproar that there's even these people that exist. And by the way, there are a lot of them. There are more TERFs than you see on Twitter because they exist in private. You know, this is the Douglas Murray thing. You know, in private, a lot of people don't believe this. In private, a lot of people don't believe in the non-binary thing as well.
Mm-hmm.
And I know because I speak to a lot of people. The trans thing, most people actually align with my view or most people's view on the trans thing, but the non-binary.
Well, it's like what's that thing from Alice in Wonderland? I try to believe half a dozen impossible things before breakfast. It's all contradictory, you know.
Yeah, it is. It's you know, and once again, I think one of the major problems with the left when it comes to Britain, anyway, is LGBT rights and Islamic anti-LGBT freedoms, and this is happening. There are these stupid LGBT lessons which they teach in these schools. They're not particularly LGBT lessons, but that sort of thing is covered. You know, like different people, families who have stopped children who are gay and things, which is fine. I have no major problem with that. I obviously wouldn't. And the Muslim communities are pulling their children out of the schools and protesting.
Yeah.
You know, that is a major issue. And we have a problem. We have a culture clash in this country where there are people from other countries who are from more homophobic countries. And I've been abused in the street by someone from another country. Not that I'm suggesting all people from that country are the same, obviously. But it may well be the case that because someone is from Poland, which is the most homophobic country in Europe, you might just have that as a problem when there are lots of people who are Polish coming to the country.
Yeah.
You know, it's a cultural issue as well. You have this, and Islam, yes, okay, is a religion, but it's still a cultural issue too, because religion exists within the culture, right? So if you're bringing over, if people are coming over in large capacities of one particular faith, and those people aren't being broken across the society to kind of integrate. I mean, it used to be the case that pro-LGBT Islamic people was moving in a positive direction, right? The number of Muslims who believe that homosexuality should be illegal was dropping. But that's not dropping anymore, right? Because the community is becoming more concentrated.
Yeah,
and people don't integrate with them. It's a cross problem for every race group, not just, you know. And you have this problem now in Britain where who do you put first? Do you put the LGBT first, or do you put the group that you want on your side because you hate the white colonial patriarchy the most, you know? And we have this problem. It's an interesting conundrum that I really want to see how they're going to try and work their way out of it.
Well, as the old saying says, it's not a bug, it's a feature. Notice how all these problems that are caused by government action, namely, importing hostile immigrants, governmental problems always get governmental solutions, and these governmental solutions always cause further problems that get further governmental solutions. It's when you have people inhabiting side by side who don't share the same value system, they need that ever expanding, administrative state to sort of mediate all these social interactions.
Yeah.
So it's always cause for the government to assume more power, because if people shared the same values, if people existed, peacefully side by side, you would not need this massive administrative state.
No, and as I said before, the more they try to do it, the worse it becomes, and the worse it gets. And it's not just like it isn't just.
I'm sorry, I kind of noticed this with Scandinavia, and that they were taking in all these Islamic refugees, and they had them, and they were not getting along peacefully with the nominally Christian inhabitants there. So then the governmental response is, well, we'll just ban all sort of faith-based education. Maybe that was the objective to begin with,
Well, it's certainly possible. I mean, the best way, and I said this before about the Sam Harris trying to pit people against each other's religions, is the best way to enforce secular ideals is to make it look as though the religious groups themselves were at each other's throats all the time. And I can tell you now, the kind of the conflict between Muslims and Christians in Britain is certainly just not there.
Yeah.
I actually cannot tell you any at all examples of faith-related violence in Britain. At least not today. Or maybe in Ireland because of the issues in Ireland, but that's slightly different, It's brand two flavors of different ice cream isn't quite the same as what we're referring to. But there is no tension between Muslims and Christians, or Muslims and Jews, or Jews and Christians in this country. But the more they can try to pretend that that's the case, it would be more effective to say, well, actually, we need a more secular example here. We are moving that way. We've spoken multiple times about the secular machine. And that's, I mean, I'm not particularly bothered. I'm a secularist anyway. But if I was a Christian who believed in more of a theocratic element of Christianity, then yeah, I guess I would be quite upset by that. Not that I know any.
Yeah, well, people should understand that we're, when we use the word secular, we don't use it in maybe the sense that many people would hear it. Is that we believe that there's a sort of a neutral space where people of varying belief systems could sort of meet in the middle. Even though I kind of think you sort of need a Judeo-Christian value system as sort of the guarantee of that neutral space, because there has to be some sort of philosophical or theological presupposition to even allow for that neutral space.
Yeah, I think Christianity is the obvious conclusion to solving that and to make it more accessible. I mean, that said, that would be the case because I think Christianity is the obvious conclusion to quite a lot of things.
Yeah.
So, I mean, duh. I wouldn't put that, but I mean, it's very easy to kind of make that space with a Christian ideal. I don't know if that would be the same case with Judaism or Islam. I don't know enough about them, but it sure seems to me what I know about Christianity that would be very applicable in a sort of quasi secular state.
Yeah.
Which I think it probably does, to be fair. I think most people in this country will say that they were Christian just because that's just like the state religion. Yeah. It isn't the state religion, but it kind of is, And they, by implication of that, they will act as though the secular principle that everyone's religion is equal is true.
Mm-hmm.
And that is that statement, everyone's religion is equal, is true and it's equally not true. Like, it's not true when it comes to, say, law in England. You can't, like, Sharia law does not belong in England.
Yes.
Sharia is where religion takes over culture, and that shouldn't happen. Equally, like, you couldn't have the same, you couldn't have Jewish law. I don't know what the terminology is for that. but it is equal in the regards that if I can, if I can wear a crucifix on my uniform at work, then a Muslim woman should be able to wear the hijab in the same setting, as it's an observation of faith. If it's an observation of culture, that's slightly different. But yeah, I think most people in England do kind of think like that, unless they're, bald, toothless men who want to join the EDL or whatever it is. I don't know.
Okay, we're gonna you pitched that past our heads, I think. What was that?
There are obviously people in this country who are racist and who don't quite get it. But it's not as bad as the media would paint. But I mean, I guess I would say that because I have magical white privilege, I suppose.
Yes.
So I couldn't possibly know because I've obviously not got any black friends, and I've never spoken to anyone who was of Middle Eastern descent.
Yeah.
But
it's hard. How can we all be equal when there are sociopaths who have no empathy in positions of power? Yeah, I think Marcy is trying to release an album about the Manchester Arena bombing, the Ariana Grande. It's not really striking while the iron's hot, but
no, it's not really. I mean, the thing about this is the inquiry has now been either finished or it's deeply in place, and one of the things that's happened is there was a young security guard who was working the event who has come forward and said, I saw the guy before acting really strangely, but we didn't do anything about it out of fear of being branded as a racist.
Yes.
And you hear this said by the conservatives and the libertarian rights, and you hear the people on the other side say, don't be stupid. No one ever says that. No one's being racist. No one's ever been accused of being racist for arresting someone. But actually, they clearly have.
Mm-hmm.
Like this guy, this is a young guy. He didn't pluck this out of nowhere. And it's 100% true. No one wants to be branded a racist.
Agarato says there are more faith-based charities compared to secularism. I don't see any atheist charities. Yeah, in the famous Madeleine Murray O'Hair quote that she says that she'd rather see hospitals than churches, as if there's not enough land for both. But yeah, I see Baptist hospitals, I see Episcopalian hospitals, I see hospitals named after Catholic saints. I see a lot of hospitals named after Catholic. I don't see any atheist hospitals. Where are these? Do you know
how many hospitals existed before Christianity took the West? None. There were no hospitals. The hospital system was invented by Christianity.
And the university system.
Yeah. So well, the thing is, they would say, well, that would have occurred anyway. Yeah, well, it didn't, did it? All these things that would have naturally occurred anyway, they didn't naturally occur. Right? So why would you even say that? Well, I could have been born with two heads, but I wasn't. So I'm not a cyclops or whatever, Like it's such a nonsense argument. It's amazing how things are the way that they are when it comes to brute facts, when it's atheist stuff.
Yes.
But it's not a brute fact when it comes to anything to do with religion.
Yes. We just have these just have the better angels of our nature, and it's just sort of unambiguously true, even though obviously for most of human history there was barbarism prevailed.
Yeah. If anyone listening, or I don't even know if people are listening in, but if anyone wants an example of something which when they say this, oh well, you don't need religion to be good, or what would I wouldn't just be a random mass murderer if there was no God, or whatever kind of stuff that they want to say. A very specific example that you could use in conversation with these people is veganism. I'm a vegan, and I'm a vegan, well, because I believe killing animals is wrong. Obviously, that's the whole point. I'm not a vegan for any kind of environmental reason. I couldn't care about the environment like that. I think that's a different argument. But I am a vegan because I believe killing animals is wrong, and I think that's pretty much in line with the Bible. There are plenty of examples where this is true. Now, if the idea of a God was completely just not there, and it wasn't in the Bible, I just wouldn't be a vegan. In the worldview that there was absolutely nothing at all, and you were just an animal with a bigger brain, and just you were happy to just kill another animal and eat it. I see no problem with that as a philosophical statement, because why not? What reason do you have for it? The argument, well, it's just moral. Well, that's a says you argument. You've decided that that's moral. It's a moral imperative. It's not a moral imperative for me, and it's not a moral imperative without an imperative. So without the idea that there was an objective moral standard on killing animals for meat consumption, you don't get to cite that. So when they ever say, oh, well, what is it that you would do if there was no God? The answer for me is I would eat meat. And guess what? I like meat. I like eating animals, and and for years I didn't think it was wrong killing animals for meat. So it's interesting that I thought that that's the best thing I can think of. That's something that you would want to do physically, that you don't do because there might be a God.
In the discussion I had with Chris Lansdowne that got us in a lot of trouble, we kind of talked about this, and it's like they always have the sort of indignant posturing. Do you mean to tell me that if there was no God, you'd go around killing and raping? And the best answer to that is, yeah, pretty much. What are you gonna do about it? You should like that. You should like that. I believe in God, and so I'm not going around killing and raping. You should be appreciative of that fact, I would imagine.
Yeah, well, they always head to those extremes, but they never think about people's particular positions on things. And like I said, I genuinely would see no issue, and I genuinely see no issue if you believe that there is no God, and you believe that there is no accountability, no moral objectives, and no moral statements, cosmically speaking. Then why is it wrong to kill an animal? Well, it suffers, so
yeah.
Like, what does it matter if it suffers? It doesn't suffer for long before it gets dead, there is literally no foundation for the argument that killing animals is wrong without some kind of moral imperative.
Do you ever see these things creep up in the judicial system? I think they're sort of based on the wrong premise. Is the way they try to go for like an insanity defense or something. I say, oh well, the person doesn't have empathy, or the person doesn't know the difference between right and wrong. It's like, well, no. If they could kill out of sadism, they could get a charge out of the fact that someone else suffered. So that's not really the issue. You can't get around morality by appealing to something like empathy. Or knowing the difference between right and wrong, if a person knowingly acts against it.
But it's funny, isn't it? Because I will answer that, because it probably is a little bit quite a good philosophical discussion. But it's funny how empathy is the perfect answer for evolutionary morals that don't require God when it comes to actually having empathy. But it's not a perfect response when a person doesn't have empathy. So the atheists will literally, uphold this idea that if we say, well, how do you have morals without God? They say, well, it's empathy. You evolve to have empathy. Well, why is that not a good enough excuse or a good enough argument when someone doesn't have empathy for it not being an evolutionary response? Does that make sense? Once again, I'm just doing that thing where I flip it back the other way. Like, empathy is not God-given. It's an evolved trait. Well, not everybody evolved it. And if they, maybe they evolved out of it. So that means having empathy is not a good idea. And maybe if everyone had no empathy, humans would survive longer. We don't know, because that's almost impossible.
Well, it's the old philosophical problem of trying to get naught from an is. You can't do it. Maybe you could argue, and I would say maybe you could argue even somewhat successfully that there might be some sort of evolutionary drive to behave in these ways where we're not just killing each other. But you can't then use that as the basis for a prescriptive morality. No, it's either it applies or it doesn't. There's no ought to it.
Yeah, and all you would have to do is think of an example where killing somebody was beneficial for everybody else. Like, this is the thing, right? I've done this one before. It's not just about harm. It's not about pleasure and pain, and it's not just about empathy, right? Like, it's the Raskolnikov thing. It's that there's a guy, and he lives in a village, and there's a woman, she's dead rich, so rich that if she lost half her money, she wouldn't even notice, and she wouldn't even care, right? And in the end, a film called Angela's Ashes, by the way, is a bit like that. You should definitely watch it. And he sets forth to just murder her. And you can, because everyone benefits from that. Like, and maybe he does it in a way that she doesn't even feel pain, right? Maybe he just gives her some drug while she's sleeping, Or is it even better? We don't even have to use murder. Is stealing from somebody wrong? The answer is, of course, yes. Well, what happens if it's in this woman's case? Maybe she dies and I take all of her money. She doesn't need it. She can't possibly use it. It's not my money, but do I steal it? If the conditions are correct, you can say, no, it's perfectly moral.
Yeah.
It's perfectly fine to do.
Well, that would be the greatest good for the greatest number if she wouldn't even know it's gone. Yeah.
Well, exactly. And once again, you don't even have to use the usual objection to utilitarian morals is gang rape, right? But it's a little bit pernicious. Not pernicious.
I don't know about that. I think you're overstating the case there. But
I genuinely, whenever I've been talking about utilitarian morals with somebody who doesn't believe in utilitarian morals, they will always cite gang rape. My lecturer, when I did this at college, cited gang rape. Gang rape is the obvious answer against utilitarian morals until you add the suffering of even one person.
Yes.
Because the answer is clear that any suffering on any level is to be avoided.
Yes.
Even at the expense of everybody else. But what happens if the person doesn't suffer? Not the gang rape, obviously they would. But what happens in the case of this old lady who's dying? She's not going to know about the money. She can't possibly be harmed by the money. Does that make it moral to steal the money? Is it even theft?
Yeah.
Well, yes, because it doesn't belong to you. Theft is when you permanently try to remove something from somebody else's presence or possession. All right, she's dead. But it's her family's money. So it's these people. They act as though they can just, contract moral value out of thin air and say, yep, that seems legitimate to us. And to take the animal rights thing, right? So is it moral to kill animals? They'll say, no, it's not moral to kill animals for anything, right? First of all, they use the word exploit, which is really bizarre, but whatever. What about conditions where it might be? What about if the animal is already suffering inconsequently, like really suffering? Well, then it's moral to kill the animal. Well, can you eat its body? No, that's wrong. Well, it died. I had to kill it to stop it from suffering. Well, can we eat it then? I'm starving. Can I eat it now? Another animal. Here's one. All these people, they've always got tattoos and they all own pet bearded dragons, or pet snakes. Where do you think that food comes from? It comes from the chicken and egg industry. Because they freeze dry chicks, baby male chicks, to feed to raptors. So like, do you own a dog? What happens there? Your dog doesn't eat cabbage or kale.
Yeah.
It eats meat, dead animals. So what are you going to do about that?
Don't snake owners have to have like live mice to feed to the snakes or something?
No, well, they don't. They can feed them. They do feed them dried, freeze-dried mice. Not freeze-dried. They freeze them with liquid nitrogen.
Yeah.
But they do it immediately, so the animal isn't dead when it happens. They literally dip them in this live, right? Well, what are they going to do then? Are they, do we just throw all the snakes out into the wilderness to hunt for themselves? Do you stop animals from hunting other animals? You want to make moral judgments about humans, but not moral judgments about anything else. Well, isn't that convenient? Anyway, I'm just blabbing now, so.
Yeah, if you have a photograph of yourself, in fact, you could use the posed one of you striking your thoughtful pose. And yeah, as soon as you get into the studio, you can change your image.
Yes, I don't know how to do it from here though.
So I won't have to be talking to an orb.
Sorry.
So I could gaze upon your fabulous visage.
Well, I'm happy if you are to call it a night.
Sure.
I'm just getting a bit tired. It is 7 o'clock here in the morning, so.
Thank you so much. I know this must be a difficult time for you. Yeah, we had like 11, 12 viewers for most of that until until we started harping on about the animal cruelty. It's the same thing with Felina. Start talking about that, everyone leaves.
No, it wasn't as I don't know. It wasn't as amazing as the last one, or as but it's nice to see. Well, it's not nice to see that we're all in the same boat, but at least we know where everything is. Yeah. Yeah.
No. Yeah. I mean, I have no problem about this. It's like I think a lot of people are just fatigued about hearing about COVID, but it needs to be said. And there are a lot more interesting and a lot more naughty moral issues and things that we could pontificate about philosophically that may be more interesting to talk about. But geez, I mean this is really dangerous.
Yeah, we are in a very dangerous position, and people just don't know it like at all.
Yeah. I mean this is what I want to say to all my friends and family. America is under attack. You are under attack. You can't be the good little obedient ally who does everything they say, makes all the little small sacrifices. No. They're not going to be satisfied until they have your liberty. And I mean, it's hard. I realize that. I deal with that with my own family.
Well, yes, so do I to some degree, actually. Yeah, no, I'll do. I guess my final statement is very, very similar. It's like the thing Christopher Hitchens said: resist and resist it now. Before it's too late. And I'm not, I don't want to sound like it's really that bad, but it is now that bad. Mm-hmm. I mean, they're now talking, this is one thing I must have forgotten to say is, students will have to be double vaccinated to attend university. These are customers who have paid for a service which they are not allowed to receive.
Yes.
I mean, it's bizarre. It's maniacal is what it is.
So these are 17-year-olds we're talking about.
No, this would be 18 years.
Yeah,
18-year-olds. Well, it will then be college students as well, which will be 16 and 17-year-olds. Then it will be school children. And then it will just be anyone wanting to do anything. This is the thin end of the wedge, and it is the thin end of the wedge because we already said it was going to happen when you said it wasn't going to happen a year ago. And look where we are now. If the government had started this way, it wouldn't have been the case. But now we are approaching a position where, even ignoring COVID, there are 5 or 6 different things in Britain which, if get passed, we will lose so many of our rights.
Yes.
There we go. Thank you very much. Sorry that I'm flaky and tired.
No, that's fine. Thank you so much. we'll have more discussions, maybe more interesting discussions, funnier discussions in the future. Thank you, everyone in the comments. Pick up your pants, Patrol. Let me. Yeah, that kind of leaves the future with robot ethics. I hope they don't revolt. We, the people, need to start making demands. Yes, and that is happening in America. It's happening, and liberals who have mentally checked out and still think it's 1993 and they're the good guys and they're up against the establishment and they're the ones who believe in free speech and dissent. Realize this. The people who you've been trained to hate and dismiss and slander and belittle and mock, those are the people who are defending your right to free speech. Those are the people who are defending your right to dissent. And they are the ones who are up against the establishment. So thank you, everyone. Thank you, Agarotosinosis. Again, you're so kind. Thank you for everyone for your great comments. Thank you for all the questions. Sorry if our answers were lame. But hey, was a final words?
I hope we can speak again soon with some fun topics.
Yes.
Good stuff like we used to do. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone, for talking to us as well.
Thank you, everyone. God bless and have a good night.